Greetings. This is Lori Elliott, and this is the first session of SIDF Cohort 1. Now, most of you have already done the pre-work, which required reading through quite a bit of background concepts around wholeness and regeneration and understanding the overall framework for the landscape multiplex called the Shalom Integrated Development Framework. So that was relatively abstract, just to get some things embedded into your system. As you go through this workshop, more of those things will just naturally become a part of your thinking patterns. And it's important because you only get what you design. So our goal is obviously to design holistic regenerative systems that help people and communities thrive. So that's why we spend all of the extra effort up front to help you begin to think and behave in that manner. Now, it's not something that comes overnight. It obviously takes time to process, and that comes obviously through, taking notes, reviewing, studying, going back over the content, actually doing things that are using the concepts, which we do throughout. This particular session is more concrete than the pre-work, but it's still relatively abstract with a lot of information. So I suggest that you break this down, you stop periodically, maybe every half hour, catch up on your notes, think through some things before going on to the next section. I, in fact, even recommend maybe doing this over several days so that you have time to think in between. And actually, that's probably a good practice for all of the sessions in this workshop because they're quite intensive. There's a lot of information. Not only am I sharing a lot of information, but I'm also giving you a lot of documents that you are also supposed to review. So the goal is that through this on-demand part, you have ultimate flexibility in working and learning in the best way that works for you. And that's the advantage of on-demand. But you are still being held accountable for our discussion meetings. So prior to those discussion meetings, we are going to anticipate that you have completed everything sufficiently to actively engage in our weekly discussion meetings. So don't take it lightly that you have on demand. We recognize that it takes time to go through this. We want to make sure you have that it's the most flexible, but we also are going to hold you accountable for your own self-learning because the better that works for you, the better results you will get when you are working with us, whether it's for your own project or whether it's for ours. And so we just encourage you to make sure that you set aside enough time to do this. If you are not able to keep up with the pace of this and you need to drop out, that is okay. We just shift everything. We're flexible. We're not trying to make anyone get frustrated and overstressed over stuff like this, okay? So also learn to enjoy this because in going through this process, just as I was learning new things in order to be able to do this and to develop these large-scale projects, you are going to learn new things that you can use for your own projects. So don't just think about this as something that you're doing so that you can participate on one of our projects, but take what you're learning and think about how you can expand, how you can improve, how you can even pivot your business model or your products. And all of that, is that mutual reciprocal exchange that we believe that we're creating through this process. You're helping us by helping us collect data and helping us with some activities related to our projects. At the same time, you're picking up things that are going to be highly useful to you, maybe now, but definitely in your future. So let's go ahead then and get started. This particular session is entitled Overview of SIDF Stages, Initial Programs, and Pre-Project Activity Triggers. So this is going to give you a frame of reference for what you are supposed to be doing in helping us collect data before we even put a regular team on the ground. And this is what we call trigger activities. And so this is a very documented and structured process. The output of it are several documents that organize data. But one of the things that I want to say up front is that because you'll be pulling data from a lot of different sources, and in each country, each city, each location, different types of information will be available in different formats, and so on and so forth. Okay, so while this is structured, while it is a process, we recognize that there will be gaps in data, that you will not have enough time because, we don't want you to take a year just to do this piece. You're not going to be able to collect everything. And our process really is an ongoing data collection process because we're looking at how to improve things, how to prepare for the next thing, how to anticipate. And so data helps us make informed decisions in order to do that. Okay, so the agenda for this session is that we're going to go through a landscape multiplex overview. We're then going to translate that high-level SIDF strategy that you were introduced to in the pre-work down to actionable items. And then we are going to talk about the initial implementation components. What does it mean when we're saying we're actually starting implementation in around month 9 or 12 into the project cycle? And then triggers and related activities. This is mostly talking about data and data collection. And this is what you will be actually working on through the workshop, but also as a part of a project. And then, of course, you will have assignments that you need to complete before your discussion meeting. Okay, so we're going to start out with the landscape multiplex overview. This is a very, very high-level background overview. In session 2, there is more of a breakdown of what landscape multiplex means in practicality, plus giving you more technical information. So when we look at the infographic that you have already looked at, again, I'm not going to go through this in great detail. You can read this for yourself. But basically what we're trying to demonstrate here is that there are multiple land uses in the landscape multiplex. There are zones of operation, idyllic, intermediate, and also intensive, that define the parameters of what land uses can be put into each of those zones. Idyllic naturally means we are keeping nature as it is or trying to restore it. There will be activities like forest, people, recreational, wilderness, those types of things, natural habitats, nature preserves, conservation zones. Intermediate is where a lot of rural-related or peri-urban rural production goes on. So that can be mining, it can be agriculture, it can be forestry, it can be aquaculture. There are a lot of things that go on in that zone that are producing benefits for human beings. Now, for our purposes, we are focusing on locations where there is an intersection of mining and agriculture in local communities. And that production in mining and agriculture needs to provide high-value crops and minerals to start. This becomes a part of our initial implementation. So our key example right now, and what we tend to lean towards, is on the mineral side, artisanal or small-scale mining of gold. And then on the agriculture side, we're looking at perennial tree crops, in particular cashew, cocoa, and coffee. Now, in this zone, that means that there are existing value chains that we can leverage. There are already people making money, but unfortunately, the land is being often degraded. There are conflicts over land, like between mining and agriculture. There are people who are making a lot of money, but the people who live around the area are not receiving that money. So they're really still living in survival mode. But because there is that cash flow, we can capture that value for ourselves and for the community and create a positive or virtuous cycle versus a vicious cycle, which degrades, destroys, diminishes, depletes the people and the land. Okay? And in that, we're going to see a lot of extreme cases where we need to restore and regenerate and reclaim land. And the best example is looking at mining, especially artisanal mining, because there's no structure around managing the site really. So there's high land degradation, there's pollution, there's that gets into the soil and water that affects crops and water, and that just goes on and on. And so the goal is to start where we know there's cash flow and we know that there are major problems. Okay, so we actually aim for the places that may not be so easy for others to operate in, because we believe there's a lot of opportunity for growth and development, and we believe that it can be done in a regenerative, sustainable manner for long-term benefit. So in that scenario, then, of course, we are improving the way things are done, equipment. We're also looking at industrial scale operations for mining. And so in that case, some of the land that then is abandoned or no longer needed for mining can be restored and used for other purposes, one of those being agriculture. So we can create bioeconomies in the area, maybe using bamboo as an industrial crop that can create a lot of products, but it's also being used initially to clean up the land. And obviously, if it's already cashews or other perennial crops that we're using in that same area, we can leverage those to create integrated farming systems so that the farmers who are working with us, the small-scale farmers, can diversify their farms. So in all of that, in improving that environment, that production environment, that means now there is a system of production or producers versus consumers, which we will address later on. And that brings in better economics. It brings in a more sustainable environment. It brings in well-being. And so this is really the hub of the landscape multiplex, okay? And then the other layer is then intensive. So that tends to be peri-urban or urban, where there are more industrial things. There might be mixed use. There might be, residential, shopping, wholesale distribution, warehousing. Not that this cannot also happen to some degree in the intermediate zone, because there's a balance, but it's just, I would say, denser in terms of, space usage. And in any of these zones, like intermediate or intensive, there can be people, and there will be others, or even outside of our landscape multiplexes, that still do monoculture and still do not, invest or work towards regeneration and wholeness. And that's okay, because the point of a certain number of landscape multiplexes existing in a particular area means that what we do can help offset what others are not doing or what they are doing. Okay, and so, but that is something that takes time. It comes over time. So one of the easiest ways to think of this is to think of economic zones that most countries have. Typically, they start out as industrial or economic for business, but then they can be extended into having mixed use. You'll see these around airports. You'll see them around major cities. You'll see them around major transport corridors. And the idea is to create infrastructure, all the infrastructure that's needed for a particular industry or business, set of businesses, so that they can do business. And in concept, that's the basis for this, right? In an economic zone. But we're doing more. We're making, if you want to call it, a multifunctional economic zone. Okay. And so it's not what this, even though this is innovation and all of that, there's some underlying things that are very similar to other frameworks for developing, doing this type of development. Okay. So what is a landscape multiplex? First of all, it's a Shalom structure that is developed through the SIDF methodology. This was introduced in the Shalom Prosperity Framework overview. And simply what that means, it's complete, it's whole. We're looking at things holistically. We're not building piece by piece. We're building them together as interconnected pieces. A landscape multiplex is related to the more general concept of multifunctional landscapes. So if you wanted to investigate this, and see who else has done it and all of that, the term that you would want to use is multifunctional landscapes. I will be breaking down these different statements in subsequent slides in just a moment. Multifunctional landscapes are socio-ecological systems. That simply means human and nature systems that are interconnected, integrated, dependent upon each other. Okay? Landscape multiplexes are multidimensional in context and content. So that means that in order to understand a landscape multiplex and what's going on in it, there are many different dimensions. So there's industry, there are people groups, there's different types of land, there's different land uses, there are different activities that are going on, there are different zones. And then even within that, you may have, which you'll find with our project, that there'll be a lot of commonalities from project or portfolio project to portfolio project, because we're trying to design the underlying architecture and infrastructure very similarly, but then how it's expressed as a place will be very different in every location, having to do with the culture, the people involved, the vision that's cast for that area. So this then becomes a system that's very complex. But you'll learn as we go through how you manage more complex projects. Even if you're not doing one of these, you'll still understand how to handle projects that have more complexity. Because one of the issues that happen when we're talking about society or communities is that people tend to develop projects that are reductionist, meaning they try to narrow the scope so that they can easily manage something. But then that single project, even though it could be very positive, is not creating enough synergy or amplification in order to really make the change that's needed. And that's one of the things that we want to avoid. We don't want to have to continually redo in order to get to a successful baseline that improves the overall well-being of a community. And then lastly, landscape multiplexes are designed to move socio-ecological systems to greater degrees of wholeness and regeneration. We are not trying to just repair. We're not just trying to adapt. We're trying to get the communities out of that vicious cycle, out of the mindset, out of the structures that even if things improve, at some point they continue to deteriorate because the system is designed to deteriorate. Okay, so think on that one. Okay, so let's take a deeper look at multifunctional landscapes. Again, remembering that this is a more general term for landscape multiplexes. The first thing, they are areas of land that are managed for multiple purposes, providing a range of ecosystem services. And you'll learn more about what ecosystem services are, but as an example, that's the provision of water, the ability to hunt, the ability to cultivate and harvest, either man-made cultivation or wild harvesting as examples. These landscapes are characterized by a diverse mix of land uses and ecological features, including agriculture, forestry, conservation areas, and human settlements, among others. In these landscapes, land use activities are designed to fulfill more than one function, thereby maximizing the range of benefits. And those benefits could include food production, biodiversity conservation, carbon sequestration, water management, cultural and recreational services. So let's say we take a look at cashew. First of all, cashews are trees, so that means that they are able to improve the soil. They're good at retaining water and keeping water within the soil. Because they're trees, they also sequester carbon and within themselves and also help to improve carbon sequestration in the land. And then because these can be on integrated farms, you can then also, if you design it, cause the land to be more biodiverse. If you basically just plant cashew and nothing else on your land, then it's not necessarily biodiverse. It's a monoculture, even though trees are good, right? So the idea is to leverage, have anchor crops, but at the same time diversify and help not only from a revenue perspective or revenue potential, but also for well-being and for the health of the land. Now, the landscapes are often, you can already imagine, complex and dynamic. And in order to make this work, you have to integrate and also use adaptive management. And what that does is it helps you balance the various land use objectives. Mining is very different from agriculture as far as an objective. And conflicts, because they use the same resources, often are known to happen quite frequently. And in addition to the balance, it also then helps to build resilience against disturbances. Now, these landscapes are seen as a key strategy for achieving sustainable, but we say regenerative development goals because we're looking, again, to carry beyond the level of sustainability. And they can help reconcile because you have enough space and because you're managing it as a single management unit and have say, you can actually work with the diversified interests, motivations, and interests of stakeholders, okay? And holistically then, what's going on contributes to the social, economic, and environmental sustainability of the area. Now, as we've mentioned briefly before, that stakeholders, they can actually have opposing interests. And because of that, the multifunctional landscape is great because you can find ways to bring them together, okay? And a simple example is just related again to mining and agriculture. And again, they're competing for the same resources, labor, land, right? And so in that, if you use regenerative practices and maybe some technological innovation, you can eliminate or mitigate those conflicts. Yes, so again, from a stakeholder perspective, we now have to also manage these in an inclusive way. So for example, we cannot just work with miners and not work with farmers or the general community. We have to have a multi-stakeholder ecosystem, and it also needs to be participatory so that people have a say, they contribute, and we can also bring them in to help steward and be accountable for how things work in the multifunctional landscape. Now, socio-ecological systems. And again, as I said before, the landscape multiplex, the multifunctional landscape framework, they are socio-ecological systems or based on socio-ecological systems. So they are complex, integrated systems in which humans and nature interact. These systems consist of social, which is the human side, and ecological, which is the natural or nature side, subsystems, and then they're intertwined in a web of mutual influence and feedback loops. And we know that's the case. I don't need to further explain that. Now, the social subsystem if you think of the triple bottom line, which was profit, planet, and people. And so what they've done, the general framework of socio-ecological systems, the economic or profit part is a part of the social system. So that definitely includes communities, organizations, economics, cultures, technology. It includes our behaviors as individuals and our social interactions and structures that we influence and that are influenced by the system as well. So from the ecological perspective, we now have a different language. So we're talking again about the natural environment, but we're talking about organisms, populations, which this actually sounds familiar, but these are official, let's say, or typical terms used in ecological study. So populations, communities, ecosystems, and their dynamics. So one of the things that has happened in the last 100 years in particular is that human actions can alter ecological conditions and processes, while the ecological subsystem can affect social structures, behaviors, and outcomes. So let me back up. This is not related to 100 years or not. I was thinking ahead. So basically, both subsystems impact each other. And especially when they are synergized and moving in the same direction, there's a coevolution that leads to positive things between the social and ecological subsystems. The point I was trying to make about the last 100 years or so is that the way that we are engaging and interacting with or using the environment is now to such a point that humans are the main reason for change in the environment. Okay, whether or not you believe in climate change or not, we do significant impact that causes change, which then that change of the ecological system then comes back to us. Okay, so we end up having a vicious cycle at this stage, but hopefully we can turn that around to a virtuous cycle. So here's just an image of a socio-ecological system. On the left side is the social processes and the human components. So that's the social system part of it. And then on the right side is the ecological processes and ecological components. So these things are good to you don't have to become an expert on all of these, but it's just good to see the many different facets that, are part of a social ecological system. And then, of course, we can see the things that where the social and ecological systems integrate or should integrate, okay? Now, I am going to switch views to the layers of social economic system context. And this is going to give you a frame of reference of how we're going to analyze over time the different data that we're getting. Okay, and this is just one model, but it helps us organize our thoughts around a social ecological system, which in our case, if you'll see later, that we're trying to create thriving communities. So that community, that landscape multiplex is one socio-ecological system embedded in larger socio-ecological systems. So we can analyze and use that and use the data in that construct to help us understand it, both in terms of understanding how the system currently is and knowing where we're going to take it and figuring out pathways to get us there. So I'm going to just stop for a second and switch over to another one. Just take a minute here. So this construct was created by someone else, but I've done some minor adaptations. And over time, let me just say that whatever you're learning now, tools, information, we are always evolving what we're using, our processes, our tools. And so you may be seeing this 3 years down the line, and this same tool might be decidedly different. Okay. And so if it is significantly different from what I'm telling you and how it operates, then you probably want to let us know so we can make note or reference. And at some point, we'll have to update the actual workshop. But for now, this is what we call this. It's based on the scales of permanence. And basically, all it's saying is that there are certain features in or parts of a social ecological system that are more enduring. Okay. And so in this chart, there are two sides, the ecological side and what we also built, and then the social side. Now, the first layer, 0, is basically the social ecological system as one integrated whole with very indistinguishable separate parts working separately. Okay. So this is the ideal, okay, that we're working towards. So it's ground zero, if you want to call it that. And they're both visible and invisible aspects, but even at this state, even if it was supposed to be visible, there are a lot of things that are concealed because this is not really what I would call operational. It's an aspiration of where we want to go. It's part of that vision of getting there. Okay, but in reality, in the limitations of time and space, we don't really get there. We can come to a state of wholeness in our systems, but there's always more to wholeness, right? It's unlimited and infinite. So we only can work to wholeness at the level that we understand. Okay. So I'm going to start with the ecological side just to give you a sense of, and again, this is related to things that are more permanent or long-standing, more durable, but you'll notice that these things can change. And, when we talk about climate, that's why they say climate change, because of things that right now mostly humans are doing, causing changes in long-standing climate structure. But let me say this. Humans did not always cause this, and there is still a natural cycle of change in the Earth system. Because if you think of it, we had, I think it's more than one ice age. At one point the Sahara was green, and it's supposed to cycle back. It's about time for it to cycle back to that. So so it's not so much that and this is the interesting thing that always comes to mind for me is, even though humans aren't causing climate change to come about, or our climate, yes, changing, okay, outside of the science, we can see evidence of that. The question is, would it not be changing anyway? I mean, we might be accelerating it, but the question is, it's probably changing anyways. Okay, so I don't get hung up on that because I know that there are things that we can do to make it better. Okay, so we're in a framework of very positive, very hopeful things, not just from an abstract level, but also from the ability to implement. There are technologies, there are techniques that we can use to resolve most of our problems, even if we still have oil, even if we still use fossil fuels. There's still that potential. Okay, so just as you work with us, and over time, you will see this for yourself. Okay. So underneath climate, there are some different areas. The hardiness zone, which basically is just telling you how hardy the plants are that you can plant in there, or how hardy they need to be. And then based on that hardiness zone, different seed varieties or different seeds or different crops can be grown in that area. And it serves as guidance for, how you plant and cultivate, like when and where. Agroecological zones are somewhat of the same concept, but they're also talking about not just the agriculture aspect, but the ecological part of the zone. There's also the biome and functional groups, which are basically larger areas related to ecology. Okay, so ecology often is sub-regional and maybe local, whereas the biome is a larger area of land. Okay. And then, of course, annual precipitation, extreme weather potential. For those of us in colder zones, average frost-free days, wind direction, and predicted climate change status. Now, let me just say this again, not from a scientific perspective, just as a bit of information or data that is tracked and kept. Climate change, when they think of that, they're looking typically, or climate in general, they're looking at 25 to 30-year cycles. Okay, so when we talk about climate, we're talking about the longer term, but when we talk about weather or meteorology, we're talking about the more immediate, today, this hour, this week, this month, that type of thing. Okay, then on the right side in the social part, we now talk about the political and administrative boundaries. So in every country, their country boundaries, their administrative unit level boundaries, maybe state, province, or region, and then those have smaller layered subsets. So, town, village, and in our case, also having a site. Okay, so we can describe all of these things for our project within this framework and then understand how they are interacting and impacting each other. Okay, so the next level of permanence on the ecological side is the landscape structure. The most permanent features within this are landforms, which are, how the land is shaped and the features on it. There's the slope, the topography, the top part, the geology, it's still surface, but it's, going below the surface, including rocks, and then, of course, elevation, how high you are above, what is it called? Above sea level. That's what it is. Thank you. And then along with that, then there's a current historical political climate, and that's basically broken down into levels of regions, so global, continent, so on and so forth. Okay. Now, the next level that we look at from an ecological perspective is the water supply. So we look at the water table, which is simply the amount of water, and this is typically underneath. This is underneath the ground. How much water does that contain? The water flow, how does it flow in and out? The local watersheds, basins or reservoirs or areas of water, water pollution, potential flooding spots, and how water is being used in the landscape, on a large scale. So we talk about mining and agriculture. Those would be prime examples. And then on the social side, we're looking at the local cultural background, which could include ethnic and tribal groups, stakeholder groups, institutions and structures, indigenous people, communities, those that are marginalized, immigration and migration dynamics, formal and informal dimensions of their culture, social dynamics and social cohesion. So social dynamics just represent the different aspects, factors, that are, going on in a social context. Social cohesion is how in harmony and united, right, wholeness, that people are in a particular social context. Okay. Now, these things, again, the level or scale of permanence are more enduring. So now we start getting to things where there's like a cycle. There's more of a beginning and an end of something, right? So zoning, although that's still kind of open-ended, legal issues, covenants and restrictions, land tenure, land use, and natural resource rights, local rules, policies, and regulations. On the political side, there are elections, okay? And so in our context, that's always an issue because when you have a new administration, let's say with a new president, even if they're going to like what you're doing and you have an active project with an institution that has elections, there's disruption in that, okay? Oftentimes. And of course, we're also looking at just general governments, how is governance done? And then government service delivery. We know in a lot of cases in the environments that we're working with that the government is not able to deliver as it should for small scale miners and small scale farmers. And so that's one of the reasons why our projects that are, even though they're large scale, they're still very focused on the local population because we believe we can build big, but build it big for people. Okay. And then, of course, political peace versus violence, or just corruption, and then, of course, stability. And those are, one of the things you learn when you're working with social ecological systems. A lot of these different things impact one another, right? So the idea of structural reforms in farming in the 80s and maybe the early 90s, basically took the ability of the African small-scale farmer sector to grow into something that would enable the farmers to thrive. So most farmers in the African continent are in survival mode. And because of that, for example, now that mining in a lot of these communities minerals are being found, a lot of those farmers are actually miners too. Now, it's interesting, this is not necessarily a new phenomenon. It's just that because of the structures and things in developing countries, there hasn't been the ability to translate this into these areas into a virtuous cycle. Because the story in the United States, where I'm living in North Carolina, is the first place that they found gold. And where did they find gold? On a farm. So the farmer was farming part of the year and mining part of the year. And that cycle stayed for a while. And in his case, he became better off. Okay. So we can imagine that mining and farming can actually help a community when they're working well together to come out of that vicious cycle. And that's what we're pushing for. Okay, so then the next level of permanence, which is shorter, right? It's not as durable, is access and circulation. So when we're talking about the landscape multiplex in the area, we need to know that what's it like? How do people get in out of the area? How do the animals move? Do we have spaces for storage and logistics to do these things? And what's the transport like? Now, these are just some areas, but you're going to find in our contextual analysis that it's in more detail. And ultimately, I believe this is going to be expanded and probably somehow integrated to the contextual analysis that you will see at the end, near the end of this session. And then on the social side is the social structure, activities, and resource flow. So how social structures are interdependent and interact. How does the faith institutions, whether Christian or Muslim, impact how farmers farm or when they farm? How does, the tribal leadership, how do people have access to land on tribal lands? All of these things are very important. And then, of course, in this, we're saying that, you can still have tradition, you can still honor and respect the past, you can honor and respect the culture, the tribal rituals and institutions, because they're designed in a big way, not just in size, but in girth, if you want to call it, so that there's room for everyone. Now, some places, even though we're doing this, there still will be places that the indigenous population or local people may not want this. And so we don't force it on them. They don't have to have it. We don't do the project there. We just go somewhere else. And it's not that we still can't help them. Maybe there's something in our programming. For example, we are going to start an offering where outside of our projects, we have a basic package related to mining equipment for artisanal miners and small scale miners, but it's not only the equipment, because that's not going to solve enough problems, but there's an 18-month technical service which helps them implement properly, plan properly, make sure that they're optimizing the site so that they reduce the degradation, and so on and so forth. And so all of that together still fulfills some of the basics of what we're trying to do in the landscape multiplex. So we can offer it. Now, we're not going to just offer the equipment because that's not part of our mandate. That's not where we are. But we can do this, and we can do that in a lot more communities than we'll actually be able to put a landscape multiplex. So a lot of this is, understanding. That's why doing all this upfront work is important. We can do it less expensively in a decent amount of time and get a decent understanding and develop some relationships so that we have a pathway to begin with. But that pathway may not be the ultimate pathway. That's one of the reasons we still have data collection along the way. And we basically, after we decide from this stage of the triggers, we still have about 6 months to really determine where we're going to go. Okay, and so as we're collecting more data, we're feeling more comfortable, we're figuring out how we're going to navigate this, how we're going to structure and be able to put something in. But if we can't go to one site, there may be another area nearby that we can do that in, and so we still have ultimate flexibility. We're not trying to press in too soon, because if we do that, then we may have more trouble than it's worth. So there are a lot of dynamics that are going on. In most cases, I believe people will want what we have because, there's several reasons. It improves their lives. It doesn't strip them of their rights. It helps them in many different ways, both in business and in community. And so, we don't see that, but I'm also realistic and pragmatic that there are going to be groups that do not want to do this, that do not want to be a part of it, and we're okay with that. Everyone is free, okay? So also beyond the activities and rituals and sites, things like that, we want to know the information, resources, economic, and material flows to and from key stakeholder groups and institutions. We can say to a great degree that artisanal and small-scale miners and small-scale farmers do not receive resources and information, which is part of the problem as to why that vicious cycle keeps going. And then also, in our case, because it's a landscape multiplex, we're now looking at how everything interacts on the site at the zone level, for example, between intensive, idyllic, and intermediate. And then the whole thing is a unit. And even beyond that, the next level or layer beyond the landscape multiplex, because we want to see how things are interacting within our system, but also with systems around it. Okay? And as an example, within the landscape multiplex, one of the things that you'll learn is that the landscape multiplex is land that we control. So if you think of a property developer who's building a mixed use, they become the underlying owner, and then there are tenants that are on top of that. Okay, and so that's, again, in general, the same idea. And that amount of land can be anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000 hectares. So it's quite a large space, to develop. But when we talk about agriculture or mining and working with small-scale farmers and small-scale miners, their lands are actually not in that landscape multiplex. They're outside on the periphery. So we serve them, and they work with us, and we do their offtake and all of that. But their land is their land. Okay? We don't change that. However, we do have conditions for us to be able to partner with them. On the agriculture side, one of the things is, not using chemical fertilizers, which a lot of farmers that we would be working with don't do anyway. There'll be certain, things like, for example, with cashew, if they have a cashew farm, we may buy up to 70%, but we're never going to buy all of their cashew because we want them to be able to develop and diversify. We'll also look to be able to buy other products. But as a farmer, for example, they actually decide what they grow on their land. We might suggest that this land is good for these different things, but they choose the order, the size, and all of that, whatever they want to do. Okay, it's their land. Okay, but when we receive product from them, there will be things that we will expect quality and quantity. Okay, and so there'll be inputs in terms of process and things that have to happen in order for us to get that quality and quantity, and also then to help the farmer contribute to a regenerative system. Okay, so, but again, those are a lot of factors and a lot of pieces that have to be, figured out. Now, I am going to move a little bit quicker on this. So then we have vegetation and wildlife. I won't go into those very deeply. Indigenous, native, and local knowledge. And again, we're just remembering that as we're going down each level from the social and ecological side, that things are less permanent. Okay? So then the microclimate. The microclimate is a area on a site. It might just be out your back door, next to your veranda or your patio that has a covering and a lot of trees. So it's very cool there compared to the rest of your land. And in that, because of that dynamic of that microclimate, you might be able to plant certain types of crops or plants very differently than you can in the rest of your site or your farm. And then there's a micro-social climate, and that's people who are involved with the site or the landscape multiplex. Okay. And let's see, we have about 12 layers. And then, of course, buildings and infrastructure. On the social side, forms of capital, which are both like financial and non-financial. And then for level 9, zones of use. This is how you then divide up the land and how it's going to be used. So if you're a farmer, you're deciding this area is for the crop, for the barn, for grazing, for whatever. Same idea with the larger scale landscape multiplex, where we're deciding between idyllic, intensive, and intermediate. On the social side, we then design within each of those areas, let's say public spaces, right, where people can congregate, socialize freely, and everyone has access to it. There's no restriction. And so those are just some examples. And then the next level is on the ecological side is soil fertility and management, and then social interactions on the land and its surrounding. So basically now we're looking at, how to create positive cycles for regeneration, basically. Create the context that is very dynamic and probably changes quite a bit, okay? So then we have to be, whereas, a lot of other of the areas, they have longer durability, and once they're established, they kind of get embedded. At level 10 here, these things can change in a moment, with different types of disturbances, whether positive or negative, okay? And so we want cycles that help regenerate or make things better within this. And then, of course, there's the aesthetics and experience of the place, the physical part of it, and then there's the social aesthetics and the social experiences. And then the last level is really economic from the ecological side, when we think of agriculture and mining. And then also there's the social economic interaction. How are these things working together? For example, when farmers grow crops and they sell them, are they getting equitable exchange? Okay, is a good example, and we know in many cases that's not true. Okay, so that should give you plenty of detail about the layers of socio-ecological system. You are not going to use it right now in this cohort, and maybe not even in the second cohort. It will be used kind of in the transition from doing our pre-project activities to actually then planning for implementation. Okay, just give me a moment and I'm going to switch back to the presentation. Okay, so moving on. Just give me 1 second here. There we go. I'm looking for my, okay, it fits. There we go. Okay, so I'll explain more about this in, I believe it's the next session, session 2. But I just want to put this up here to indicate how we need to think when we're thinking about the project itself in a more pragmatic aspect. We are using what I call holistic multiplex. That means anytime you think of dimensions, factors, stages, interests, you always think in multiples. Okay, so for example, we're working in multiple sectors: mining, agriculture, environment like carbon credits, that type of thing, and data. Okay, so we do that because we can synergize them together to get better outputs, get more synergy, right? Getting more than the sum of the parts. Okay, we don't want to, for example, multifunctionality. For example, there is what's called an XRF analyzer that will tell you the quality of the gold, right? And that's great. It's awesome. But it's better if that same device, because it's really the same technology, can tell you aspects about plants or about soil. So when I chose the equipment to do the XRF analyzing, okay, I chose one that could not only look at the mineral for quality, but also plants, the soil, and water. So I'm paying really about the same amount of money for something that can do many things, okay, or has multiple applications, okay. So that's just a simple example. Oh, and also another one is the layers. So we work with the individuals, we work with the families, we work with the group of individuals in the sector, the producers. We then work with the communities, and then we work with government and others at larger scales. And so we're doing multiple levels within the social systems or people side. Now, this image is just to help you conceptualize this idea of moving towards wholeness and regeneration. You would have seen this in the wholeness brief. I'm just bringing this up again. So basically, when we think about the mining agriculture nexus in rural areas in Africa, they are in the lower left-hand quadrant, degenerating and fragmentation. So they're moving, it's continually moving towards fragmentation and degeneration, which means at some point there's no life left out of it. Okay, and we can see that in abandoned land that has been mined, and basically there's holes everywhere. The soil is strongly degraded, so it's very hard to, use that soil for planting agriculture. So there's just a downward trend. Okay, and so what we're trying to do is move back upwards, right, to wholeness and regeneration. So we can take what's degraded and fragmented, and through the landscape multiplex and the regenerative practices, we can move that system to wholeness and regeneration, which means that it's able to sustain life, including people and animals and other things, in such a way that all of them can thrive together. Okay? So, keep this visual in mind. We don't want to go down, we want to go up. Okay? Now, this particular slide, I'm going to go through these, but I just want to indicate that there is another document that's entitled Regenerativism versus Extractivism, and it is listed as an other resource in the cohort schedule. And so there are many more comparisons. Okay, so it's good for you. The more you absorb what these terms are and what they look like and how they work, The more automatic is for you to assess whether or not you are operating in that and the project and others are working in that so that we can make corrections, okay? So extractivism and regenerativism, okay, the comparisons. One, I've mentioned this before, reductionist, which means that they try to isolate systems and narrow the scope often, whereas holistic is looking at interconnected wholes rather than just a narrow scope. So because we're looking at social ecological systems, we're looking at the social subsystems as well as the ecological subsystems, okay? Then the opposites of immediacy and sustainability. Immediacy simply means that they are focusing on immediate short-term gains, which may then result in sacrificing the long-term objective. And sustainability essentially says that you're looking for long-term sustainability. Not that you cannot deal with immediacy, but you ensure that it's still anchored in that long-term long-term vision. If something is burning down, even if you have a long-term view, you have to deal with that immediately, okay? So what you're going to find, as which also was covered very well in the wholeness brief, is the idea of opposites. Opposites do not have to be enemies. There's a context, a time, and a place in which any one of these opposites might be appropriate, okay? But we want to make sure the overall framework that everything is operating within is wholeness, regeneration, because then you're, developing towards the fullest potential, okay? If you only think about extractivism, then that's all you're ever going to get. You're never going to get to regenerativism, okay? You can be regenerative and still have some extractive practices. That imbalance do not mess up the system, okay? So extractivism, when you're focusing on that alone, causes vulnerability because the systems are reducing their diversity and resilience. So monoculture planting, okay, basically makes the land more susceptible to shocks, okay? Again, that diverse whole perspective helps build resilience into systems and enables them to be more flexible and adaptable. Concerning centralized decision making, if that's all you're doing from top down and are not allowing local or bottom up leadership or decision making, then again, you are creating a system that is brittle and fragmented. And everything stops if there's no decision from the central decision making. That's not how systems work, right? They're dynamic, they keep moving, they keep flowing. So one person, one group can't control all the parts, okay? You can balance centralized decision making because in our model, we do have a hub, okay? So as Global Stratos, as the project developer, does have central control over a lot of things. Not about everything micromanagement, but on the key things that enable the project to be successful, okay? And as stakeholders and team members learn more and are able to work in this paradigm of wholeness and regeneration to a greater level, then there's more freedom. Then there's, it's really more about making sure that we're staying on track, okay? And the example I always give is that, in our model of doing this, we are really seeing ourselves as trustees of the land and assets that are under development. And the expectation is that while we own all or most of the landscape multiplex and everything connected to it, over time, in 10 to 15 years, that transitions to 80% ownership by people who have participated in that, which hopefully are mostly locals, okay, who've been working through that, have developed, have contributed, have demonstrated leadership. Okay, this is not a system that where we see it to be permanent or long-term or a legacy. It's not a legacy of something that we're trying to keep within our control. We are seeing it as a development structure that we are working with right now that we plan to hand off when the stakeholders and everyone are mature in landscape multiplex. Okay, it doesn't mean that they're not mature in other ways. Okay, so that's language is very important with this because people can get easily offended. So when we say that they're not ready, it's not because they're not nice people and doing good things, okay, or that they haven't demonstrated stewardship of things in other places. It simply means that in order to do this, first of all, you have to have a mindset for it, which means that there's a lot of change that goes on in individuals as they are engaging with this, okay? You cannot give something to someone if they don't understand it well enough to execute. And that's really critical. That is, for me, one of the biggest things. And that's because my background is systems and organizational development. So those things I know are important. So over time, people like you, even like me, I could not operate in this paradigm that I understood we needed to move to. And I've understood in general things for a very long time, but where I really started focusing on it about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and said, yes, we're definitely doing this. I couldn't implement it. I could talk to it. I could do little pieces, but I could not develop a system. So these things for everyone takes time. It's a measure of growth and development. So as that goes, we then, there's always participatory decision making along with centralized decision making, but more and more can be participatory or distributed decision making as the project goes along and as things are working and as people are maturing in the process. You might have an excellent project manager who is not used to the complexity of this type of project, okay? Nor one that is framed as a wholeness regenerative project, okay? Great technical skills, but the mindset, the things that they produce, only produce what they're used to in traditional project management. It takes time to shift that. Now, it may only take them 6 months, maybe 3 months for them to get it well enough, okay? But there's still that process, and that's the part that the Landscape Multiplex project as a project is doing, okay? It's not to create something that I or Global Stratos owns forever in terms of majority, in making decisions and ownership, okay? So we are moving people from being heirs, if you want to think about it, sons and daughters of this Landscape Multiplex project, and as they're ready, it's relinquished to them to manage, to steward, to own, and receive all the benefit from that. Okay, so one of the things that you're going to see is that even though we're talking about these opposites, there are actually stages of development, and you'll see this a little bit later. And so a system, when we first put it in, may have the seeds of regenerativism, but it's not there yet. It's not demonstrating it yet. It's a growth process and a development process. So while we are designing and aiming for regenerativism, we have to start somewhere and build towards it, okay? Now, let's look at the SIDF strategy and strategy to action. And the first thing, again, is just let's think of wholeness as a process, not just a state. It really is a state, but there is life in wholeness. So what that simply means is that wholeness is dynamic. As I've said, something has to move and grow and develop in order to sustain life. You can be in the state of wholeness, but that wholeness is still growing, at least from the time and space perspective, okay? God is God, our Creator is Creator, He's there everywhere, and wholeness is there everywhere, okay? But in our perception, and this has a lot to do with our perception, we are moving in degrees towards that fuller, infinite wholeness, okay? And, as individuals, as nations, as countries, we'll never reach the end of that journey, okay? So that's how I see wholeness as a journey or a process. And in that, though, when you are doing that, you are constantly transcending the previous level of your understanding, perception, skill, knowledge, and abilities, and moving to the next. And in then transcending that, going beyond that, that means that you're also transforming into something different. So when we're talking about landscape multiplex, we're not talking about just adapting. We are not talking about repairing a problem. We are literally talking about changing the whole framework of how a local socio-ecological system works. We are not going to mandate that people in a city or a tribe do that. That is another reason why we design the project, we get the land, and we design it in this way. And people who want to participate can participate. It's freedom. Everyone has the freedom to choose. Okay? So when we think about wholeness as a process and knowing instantly that there's change in this, okay? From wherever we are to wherever we're seeing that we're going to go, okay? So it's important to understand the concept of levels of change because different situations, different contexts aligned with your goals will determine the level of change, okay? So in some cases, it's status quo. You stay in the original state, it doesn't change. If you're already in wholeness, you will stay in that state, and regeneration as a process will be used to help keep you in that state, okay? But anything below status quo is really an aspect of regeneration, okay? Regeneration being the highest in that sense form of bringing something back to health. When we think of repair, it's basically just restoring the functionality or appearance without altering the inherent nature. Okay, so we're just, you have a car and the brakes broke down, so you put in new brakes to repair it so it will operate in its original state. Restoration is returning something to its original state with an emphasis on the past. This is often used with houses. They are or like historical, let's say a historical house, like Martin Luther King's house where he was born. They restored it so that historically it would be accurate as to what it was like when he was born and lived there as a child. Renovation is updating or improving while retaining the original structure or concept. And that you'll see in more, let's say, old downtowns that have basically been depleted or degraded, and then they are revitalizing it, right? And in doing that, it keeps the character, right? But you might put modern plumbing, air conditioning, modern conveniences, along with maintaining the character, the structure, or the idea, right, of that area. Reformation is that you are making fundamental changes to improve or correct, keeping some of the original aspects. And we can still kind of relate this to a house or building. For example, they might keep the brick and relay it, so it's keeping some of the original character, but the brick and the facade might be entirely different. But they're keeping some of the original elements or aspects of the building. Adaptation means that we are now adjusting and evolving to fit new conditions or environments. And when we think of let's say the weather or climate changes, not the scientific arguments, but just in general, in places like in the United States, like Florida, where the weather is just getting worse, basically you need to evolve how you build houses if people are going to live there. So I can't remember which hurricane in recent history, but it flooded a lot of areas. People died. They lost their houses. They lost everything. But there was a community that was designed to sustain the hurricane winds and so on and so forth. So everybody lived as normal. They had their own power. They had their own way of dealing with the flooding, and they were resilient. Okay, so that's an example of adaptation. Transformation now is the fundamental change in form, function, or identity, creating something distinctly new. Okay, so when we think of landscape multiplex, this is the level that we're starting at. This is our at the lowest aim that we're trying to make. So if we think of the vicious cycle right now of depletion, degradation, scarcity, poverty, we plan to change all of that, okay, with the Creator's help. We don't plan for that to exist. Not that it still won't in some areas, but we intend to see that totally eliminated. Okay. Now, people still make choices and things still happen. There can still be natural disasters, which will require us to start all over, right? But the point is that we do not want any of the negative aspects of mining and agriculture in these communities to remain. We want an entirely new character of industry and mining and agriculture that allows and helps and empowers people to thrive. Okay? Then transmutation is altering the very nature or substance, leading to a completely different essence. So as we're getting up these scales, we have to really consider how much we can do that. Now, from a project perspective, that may mean that we're really changing the cultural character, of different groups that may be something that they don't want to do, so they're going to resist, right? So do we have to do that? No. Is it necessary? No, I don't think so. Okay. Metamorphosis is a profound radical change resulting in a completely new entity or state of being. Now, when I think of this, I think more of social systems, not the physical part. So I see this more as part of the social or the individual. So in some cases, I do believe that people will be profoundly impacted by what we're putting in, and they'll see beyond what we feel the community or the group of people that we're working with are, willing to change. And they themselves or a subgroup will be willing to do more to make a difference, to make greater impact locally and beyond. And then transcendence is really more, again, of a spiritual mental state, okay? And so there are also points of transcendence. And what I mean by that is if we're going to see the transformation in the physical realm with the landscape multiplex, there have to be enough people who literally change their mental models. I was one that had to do that, some other team members. And for some of you, everyone will not have this significant experience, and that's okay, because all people can participate if they choose. Okay. Again, that's the whole point of having opposing interests and motivations. Not everyone has to do this, but there do have to be some. And so that's one of the things is that when we talk about transcendence, it's not really the landscape multiplex, it's the people within it that catalyzes that change. Because in actuality, it is only the human being that has the potential to cause all of these other dynamics to be changed. We can do that through innovation. We can do that through, how we interact with one another, our relationships, how we see things, how we do things. And that is an internal work. So even if our landscape multiplex is transformation, it is going to cause individuals to have to adjust to some degree in some way. From repair, maybe it's just something small, like changing technology so you get the productivity that you want. Others will have to make major changes, okay, in order to get what they would like out of the landscape multiplex. So some people may only want a little bit, of the benefit, and they just want to do a little change. Even people who don't change, they still can have some benefit, okay? But we need to be very clear for ourselves to note that the landscape multiplex itself is a major structure of change. And that means that we are going to be disrupting a lot of stuff, okay? Not in terms of control, but in terms of influence, okay? And there can be parties who will fight against that. And that's where we have to use innovation and our capacity as human beings to figure out how to work with all these different groups who some want it, some others don't because they want the status quo. You know, the intermediaries who are making good money, they may want this to stay and not change. So we have to see if we can convince them and show them how if they now become miners themselves, invest in equipment, how they have a better chance of maintaining and improving their revenue, okay, as a item. Okay, so, and again, these are just going to be things that you're going to have to absorb. Again, take time, try to do like a half hour at a time to go through this because this is a lot of stuff for a lot of you. Not that you don't have capacity because you're all intelligent. It's just a lot of information and a lot of stuff that you're taking in, okay? So again, I'm going to switch to a document. Just give me a moment. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I did want to correlate the idea of the levels of change to the levels of multifunctional landscape development, just so you get an idea. Again, you need enough context because when you start talking to people about these things, you want to be able to speak to them in a way that they can understand. And if I just talk about levels of change and not talk about how it applies in this specific context of what we're doing, it can be difficult for you to start making those connections. So again, just give me a moment. Okay, here we go. Okay, so again, this is based on the levels of change. And let's see. Make sure I can, okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm not going to, I'll just pick a few out of status quo as an example. So basically, if people want to maintain the status quo, they're basically going to, and this is in relationship to multifunctional landscapes, okay? So this is assuming that something is already multifunctional and working. So whatever the current state is, that's where it's going to stay. It's trying to maintain the historical and multifunctional significance as it was originally put in. So as an example, we are doing the first one in that, let's say, an area, right? And, you know, it works and it works really, really well, okay? And so we believe in our heads that it needs to stay the same, okay? Well, one of the things we've already, hopefully, that's obvious is that if you don't grow, you're stagnating. And because the environment changes, you're going to likely fall into, if you're status quo, you're going to find yourself in decline. So status quo is really not an option. You know, the same for the current situations where we're now trying to transform areas into multifunctional landscapes or landscape multiplexes. And so the same is going to be for us in 10, 15, 20, or you guys really, in 10, 20, 30 years. Whatever the original design is, it's great, but it's going to need to change. It's going to need to grow and expand in order to continue to maintain that wholeness and regeneration as it should be. Okay, so just, so this is good. It gives you both the characteristics, and the last column is the implications. So I'm just going to go to transform quickly here. Okay. Okay, so for transformation then, basically this entails a radical departure from the original multifunctional concept or identity. Now, in our case, we're starting typically with no multifunctional, so we are transitioning from the original concept of what it means to have a mining and agriculture sectors intersecting in a community. Okay, so that's really our starting point. But basically, we are reimagining that whole scenario of what that should look like, and putting in a structure that allows both of them to coexist and work together, co-evolve in a way that's positive and helps people thrive. Okay. So again, this is just a reference document, but you can learn a lot because this is an example of how the levels of a change are applied in a specific instance. And as you learn about multifunctional landscapes and the landscape multiplex, a lot of this will make sense. So these can be examples for you in terms of terminology and phrases within the context to explain some of what we're doing. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the slides. Okay, so again, we're in the SIDF strategy to action section. And so thinking about this now, okay, so the original state of where we're starting in many places is fragmented degeneration, where mining and agriculture are competing against each other and the communities are barely surviving. Okay? So now we have to think, okay, that's the current state, that's part of the history. Where are we taking them to? And that's where we get vision for our mandate. Okay? We don't feel that people should live in that state or that it's even necessary, and that it's very possible for them to have entirely different lives if things can be put in proper order. So the first thing that we have to do is we have to cast a vision for SIDF. And again, we've introduced the vision statement, the mission statement, those types of things in the pre-work activity. But now I want to get to what these things are and how they work together in order to develop an action plan. Okay? So a vision statement is a picture of where you want to be in the future, something beyond yourself and your capacity. Okay? So when we are driving towards vision, we are creating strategic intent. We're doing things that will get us there, but they're not endpoints. So for example, one of the strategic intents is that we capacitize ourselves to have innovative processes and also help others, like the communities, also have some of those processes so that they can continue moving towards that vision. Okay? So in our case, the SIDF vision is creating, catalyzing, and causing people and communities everywhere to thrive. And we mean everywhere. Now, that doesn't mean we put a landscape multiplex everywhere, but we can influence the globe and what we do by implementing landscape multiplexes and other Shalom structures. Then, what is the mission? That's describing what you do, who you do it for, and how you do it. Okay? SIDF mission, very simply, is empower people and communities. But that explains what we do, who we do it for, but describing how we do it takes a little bit more. And not every mission statement is this long, okay? But for me, I wanted to be able to represent the character and characteristics of what we mean by empowerment. Okay? So what this means is that people and communities have the capacity and capability to drive innovation and change, absorb and adapt to shocks, and catalyze and endure to realize restoration and regeneration from the ashes of devastation and destruction, to perpetually and increasingly improve their holistic well-being, the environment, and other aspects of reality for themselves and others, while helping and empowering others to do the same in the present and for the future, resulting in resilient, regenerative, and thriving communities. So what we're basically saying is people and the social groups of communities are the ones that create the resilient, regenerative, and thriving communities, and they can do that if they're empowered. Okay, so I'm sorry, this doesn't say how we do it. This is basically saying what we're doing as a mission. Okay, what are values? Values are the principles and character by which you live and execute your vision and mission. Values you define are mandatory, not optional. So these are things that we live by as we execute on that vision. So in our case, our values, which are part of the whole Conceptually Brand's values, is people and purpose first. We want to help people, but we need to help them within their purpose and our purpose. Otherwise, things get misaligned and they don't work and they don't last. Respect, relationship-driven impact and results. Openness and opportunity-driven. Synergy and synchronicity, simply meaning that things working together, we want to see things, we want to get more from what we do than just the sum of our parts. And synchronicity, that we're able to work in tandem and things just come together, okay? And we're there at the right time, the right place, doing the right thing, okay? Passion and preparation. We need to have passion for what we do. If this is not something that, you know, grips you with excitement and something you want to do, you're not going to last because it's a lot of work. That's the preparation part, right? So you have to, again, have that passion for that vision that's bigger than yourself. If you don't have it, you're not going to last. I've been in this now like 20 years, finally getting to the point where we feel like the foundation for the vision is laid and it can be done. Okay, now again, it's still beyond us, but we can really move towards that. That's 20 years. There was a lot of sacrifice. A lot of times I didn't want to continue, but every time I got like that, at some point I would just automatically turn over and just start again. That was something that's so innately, that's the passion, okay? And I was willing to do the hard work. That's the preparation, okay? And then, of course, excellence and ethical conduct and our resilience and regenerativity, okay, which is, you know, that's a part of our theme that we've been going with. So that should be nothing new there. And then what is a goal? A goal is an action-oriented statement that describes outcomes and end results. But one thing that you will notice when we get to objectives, it does not have typically timeframes or quantities. These are broader goals, broader things. So in our case, these are our end goals, which help us empower the people and communities, okay? So first, we create, establish, and catalyze thriving communities that are resilient, adaptive, regenerative, restorative, and self-sustaining. And that means we're creating the landscape multiplex to work, okay, as it should, okay? At the same time, we're empowering people and communities to be ready to thrive in any circumstance, as well as create resilient, adaptive, regenerative, restorative, and self-sustaining systems and solutions for themselves and others. So we're then capacitizing our stakeholders and ourselves to be able to operate those communities that we're talking about, okay, or develop them. Next, cultivate, acquire, generate, and sustain resources and information that support people and communities to be ready to thrive in any circumstance and to create resilient, adaptive, regenerative, restorative, and self-sustaining systems and solutions for themselves and others, okay? So again now, it's not just the fact that they know how, or that there's infrastructure, but you also need resources to build and to keep it going. And resources and information are very key in any organization, any system. So I'm going to stop reading all of it. I'll just read the first part of these end goals because the ends are pretty much the same. So develop, deploy, and sustain infrastructure that support people and communities. Okay? And that's, again, a part of creating that, the actual communities to be resilient. There's the people part, there's the infrastructure part. We cannot make people resilient or whatever, but we can empower them or help build their capacity. It is they who have to drive their own development for themselves. Okay, so now basically those are the end goals that we want to reach in order to see our mission met and our vision achieved across communities around the world. So those are very broad things. Still, if someone asks, okay, so what do you mean by all of that? It's still relatively high level. We might be able to give examples. So like I would say, well, one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to put in entrepreneurial development programs in the community center complex that we're going to build. So that will be infrastructure, that will include resources and information, but it also includes programs that empower the entrepreneurs. So I can give an example, but to describe what that entrepreneurial program and the center looks like or what we do to get there, it's not specific yet. Okay, so we're still drilling down from the higher levels, the more abstract, to the very practical and pragmatic. Okay, so when we now then look at the fact that we have a vision, a mission, and end goals, we now have to start looking at the structure of that. What does that look like? And one of the ways to do that is to create a process, a development process, or something that says we start here, we end there. A plan, a project plan, a schedule that includes resources, budget, and all of that. But first, because this is a large project, we want to have some markers because we're not going to get to those end goals in just one stage. So in our case, we have 3 phases where we try to get the system to a certain level within, let's say, the first 3 years, which is sustainable. That means that we are not continuing to see and operate in significant degeneration and fragmentation. Okay? Phase 2, which is restorative, is saying, okay, we've stagnated the stagnation and the degradation. We now need to work on restoring what was lost. And the last part is then, the last 3 years is now to get the system in place so that as there's degradation, there are plans and implementations for regeneration, or that we are able to put in systems that are self-sustaining, that correct themselves so they don't get into a state of, degradation. And then at that point, the system then starts just running and being more self-sustaining, but at the same time growing and developing and continually pushing the borders in terms of becoming something different and better, more whole and more regenerative. Okay? And so basically what we've also done then is divided this. Remember, there are many different dimensions in this SIDF framework and in landscape multiplexes. But here I've just simplified it to put into 3 categories: people, economics, and the planet, the triple bottom line. But as you'll see as we go along, there'll be more complex sets of dimensions, okay? And so for every phase, there are key things that we're going to do. And those things represent the outcomes, okay, or examples of outcomes. Okay, and then in the end, or deliverables. And then in the end, when we talk about thriving communities, that's the impact. That they've gone so far that the people, the community, and the land is thriving. That's our impact. Okay, and of course, we can put more definition and more specifics around that as well. So phase 1, which is the first 3 years, these are just examples of activities that will be going on during those 3 years. And to give people an idea of what we're trying to do, what's going on. Okay, so I'm just going to pick a few from each area. Under community development, we are working to build a community center, and we are basically helping the community to profile its assets, whether social, land-wise, so on and so forth, and then also empower families and communities to grow their own food. And not only grow their own food, but also, have a market for that food as well. So not only improving the ability of miners, but also farmers to be sustaining and thrivable. On the economic part, we obviously register the producers so that they can participate in programs, and we then buy the high value commodities from the farmers and the producers, whatever the commodity is. And then we also train and support and provide extension services to the producers so that what they provide us is the quantity and quality we need. Okay, so there's a reciprocal exchange in all this. Yes, there's a lot of benefit that we're getting because we want to, benefit them. But in doing that, there's also expectations of things that, that we will receive. So that is a healthy mutualism between stakeholders. Now, there's also aspects where there may be widows, orphans, vulnerable populations where we need to do more, and some things just need to be given to help them out, right? That will be in there too, okay? On the natural resource side, in order to manage and leverage the resources, we put in centers, SPY centers with environmental labs and a data center so that we can use technology to manage sites both locally and remotely. And that then also helps us explore the land more so we can get a fuller picture of the value that's there and what we can do with that value. Okay, so for examples we know cashews. Cashews, they can be used for medicinal, cosmetic, and industrial purposes. Not just the cashew, but the waste can create energy. The oil from the shell can be used as industrial product to create laminates and can replace some petrochemicals. Okay, so things become cleaner. And so, and then of course, if we're able to do this correctly, we can also bring money into the project early on because we know the value, particularly of minerals, okay? And so we can bring in money that's needed in the early stages so that we can move faster and have a better foundation for moving forward with the project. We can also do that with agriculture, but that may take us longer because we can use carbon credits to some extent, but the idea is to use the value that's generated by the farmers from their cashew trees, cocoa trees, and so you need to have a history of that, of what's going on with the cooperative or with the group, and that would be at least a year, maybe two. So if they haven't been keeping records, it's not something we can do instantly, but we can certainly do it in the first 3 years. Okay, so those are just some examples. So within that 3 years, we have a halfway point. And at that halfway point, we actually want the producers and their families to be stabilized, for them to be above the national, basically out of poverty, okay, with more stable incomes and better health, better work environment, so on and so forth, okay? So basically, these then are intermediate goals. They're not the end goals of the entire project, upfront project. This is the first set of intermediate goals helping us to get to those end goals. So one is possess information, knowledge, wisdom, and expertise about the land, resources, local and sectoral structures, etc., sufficiently enough to enable the conception and design of the SIDF core portfolio successfully and support informed decision making. So what we're basically saying is we're collecting all this information so we actually have enough to design the master design for the landscape multiplex. We have to remember that in Africa, there is a lot of local information, but it's not organized. In the United States, we can pull up an address and get tons of information. okay, about a location and the surrounding area. We can't do that in most places in Africa, okay? So we have to build our own profile of that, and we do that in the first 18 months. So even though it's not as obvious, there's obviously data collection going on, but it's not obvious that we're doing it for this purpose. Internally, we know it, but externally, people, what they'll see is that we're putting in some businesses that give people jobs and opportunities. We're, building a community center. We're doing different things. And so to them, that's what they'll see. But what we're saying is, okay, we're doing all of that, one, to make sure that people are in a better place and have then more strength to get to the end of this project. Okay. But at the same time, in order to do the project, we also need to have what we need. And data and information, relationships, all of that is very important. Second one, understand, engage, and have relationships with key stakeholders sufficiently and effectively to enable the successful conception, design, and development of the SIDF core portfolio. Okay. Have sufficient soft and hard infrastructure and resources to enable this. And as an example, that is, for example, having an office, having a team, a team that has the capacity to work on this project. So that's why we do a lot of capacity building. Also, increasingly generate income to sustain and expand core operations. Now, we are definitely going to be well funded, but some of that is debt. So we need to start generating money. So what we're doing by putting in and helping the communities in the first 9 to 12 months start having regular incomes, better incomes, and generating revenue for ourselves, we're also establishing a business that works in the short term and also will work in the long term as we transform the current state into this landscape multiplex. And we definitely want to interrupt the cycle of environmental degradation and initiate restoration, okay? And that is, we can stagnate very easily. It'll take a little bit more planning and implementation to do that, to implement in that time. And then improve multidimensional well-being outcomes amongst producers and their immediate families. So that means, for example, improving the water, the soil, health services, things that, go beyond the livelihoods or income aspect. Now, we are focusing on those first 18 months really around the producers that it takes to initiate the initial implementation and their families. So that may not represent the whole community yet, although there's still benefits to the whole community and to a wider audience of producers, because we want to make sure that we're starting out successfully. We got all the stuff worked out. But what you'll see is in the plan, not in this session, but you'll see that over time, even beyond the 3 years, that we are expanding, the producers, both agriculture and mining, that are going to be included in our programs and in the portfolio projects. Okay. Now, this is a little bit hard for you to see, so it's probably better that you go to the resource document, which there is a link for. It's under our Global Stratos Regenerative Portfolio. Regenerative Development Portfolio. And I'm not sure which slide this is, but it's relatively near the beginning. But basically here, I'm just giving an example of after 18 months, what it could look like, okay, for both miners and farmers in a community. So the first thing is, let's say the artisanal mining site is producing 3 kgs of gold per month. The rate of land degradation is 75% in the area annually. There are 5 tons of agricultural wasted a day, and people are food insecure. The average income of people in the country of the site is $2,200 annually. The income of a miner supports up to 10 people directly or indirectly in a community. The environmental impact of the production site impacts the same group of people that are in that community. Let's say a mining site has 1,000 miners. This means that the lives of 10,000 people are affected. but positive change occurs within 18 months as illustrated in the image below. Okay, so the first factor is water. When you're mining, you're using a lot of water with extraction and also with the mineral processing. So on the mineral processing side, assuming this is the amount of water that's used for processing, it's typically around 63,000 gallons per year. Okay. With our Beyond Gold, or with our regenerative approach, that goes down to 19,000 already. Okay, because the equipment that we're putting in uses 70% less water. Also, typically there are pollutants released into the water, things like mercury. So that's a yes. But with the equipment that we use and the methods that we use, no. Now, there might be some negligible stuff that happens, but it's nothing that should create a degrading or harmful level of exposure to the people on that land. And then it says water needed to dilute pollutants to a safe level. So what that simply means is if that 63,000 tons is being polluted with mercury and not treated, then it will take 215 million tons of water to dilute that mercury so that it does not have an impact, a significant negative impact on the people and the land and so on and so forth. Okay? But what we see, so really we're now saying that the water that's being affected is closer to 270 million gallons a year. Okay, it's not just the water you used, right? It's the water that's exposed to those pollutants. So with, again, the Beyond Gold site, that's zero. Okay? Then water that's safe for reuse from what's used is zero, but the gold on the Beyond Gold site, all of the water basically is reusable. It's not, we don't use it for drinking water. Okay, we're just using it for reuse. So we create in the tailings pond, there's a system that's set up, a reverse osmosis, which cleans the water, which means we can use the water back into the mineral processing equipment. So that means that we are not actually losing water. Okay? So now when we go to net water loss, unable to use safely, instead of being 250 million gallons, it's basically virtually zero. Okay? Then net land degradation annually, instead of land degradation being 75%, we are now slowing it down to the point where we're actually improving it. So negative 25% here is a positive. That means that we're restoring the land at 25% every year instead of it being degraded by 75%. Okay? So that's involved from one, using the better technology and techniques, but two, then starting our restoration project, like using bamboo to clean the soil and the water. Okay, so then the monthly production of gold, which I said originally was 3 kgs, means basically that is in the current rate of 60,000 kgs, and that's just really an average per ton. That translates to $180,000. Okay, that's still good money. But now, just using that single piece of processing equipment, because we go from a recovery rate of 10 to 30% to almost 100%, we easily get 9 kgs out of the same material that they dug out of the ground because of the recovery rate. So now per month, instead of 180,000, we're now doing 540,000, which allows the venture, as the off-taker, Global Stratos, to be profitable, or at least revenue generating. bringing money in, not just money going out, because there has to be a certain level, to bring it to profitability. But we're getting strong, if we're doing 540,000 a month, that's 5 million something a year. And so that's good, strong cash flow. Okay. Food insecurity. Let's say it's 75%, and part of that is because there's less land and less people to farm because they don't see that it's productive. The other thing is that because mining is doing more, people stop farming, and so then there are now imports into the area, which may be inconsistent, lower quality food because it's processed, so they're not getting healthy food. So their food insecurity, even with mining, which is bringing in money, can be higher. Okay? So what we're saying is now, because we are restoring land that can be used for agriculture and then helping farmers do it in a way where they are making good incomes, and even the miners themselves being able to feed their own families with their small lots, that instead of it being after 18 months, food security being 75% of the people amongst producers and their families, because remember, it may not quite yet extend to the entire community, it now goes down to 20%. Okay? And the annual wasted agricultural produce, which things like mangoes, baobab, juices, fruits that are growing wild or not being harvested or sold, they basically just rot. Okay, they can be used for agricultural waste. They can be used in compost, those types of things. But, they're basically using value from something that's just growing. So, as a part of that, we have a technical solution that's also a mobile unit that actually, I'll just say juices, but it's not the proper term, but basically juices and then sanitizes the juice so that it can remain on the shelf. So you see like drinks in pouches on the shelves, they're not in the refrigerator. So basically they can stay that way with most of the nutrients, like 80 to 95% compared to canning and other forms, which may only do it can even get down to 0 in some cases. And so that food then, that waste, okay, is now turned into money. And so we're wasting less agricultural produce. And we can use some of what we're generating from crops that are virtually free, right? We can provide food for families, widows, orphans, schools, hospitals, healthy, nutrient-rich foods. Okay, just from the waste. And what I mean by waste, I don't mean spoiled. I just mean it's excess that nobody's doing anything with. Okay, and in that, we can also then give people who are harvesting or the farmers money for that as well. Okay, and all of that, including restoring land for agriculture, leveraging the wasted product, and now generating more local healthy foods, it reduces the food insecurity to 20%. Okay, just as an example. So then the annual producer with both of these, whether it's mining or agriculture, can go from about 100 to 120 in terms of income a month to more, 500 or more actually. Okay, but here I just did 3 times as much, so 3,600. And in this example, if the average income, GDP per capita, is 2,200, the 3,600 exceeds it. And these are reasonable, practical or pragmatic numbers. These are things that can be done. These are not, we're not, assuming proper implementation, okay? So we are not projecting something that we're hopeful, okay? These are things based on technologies that already work. Okay, what we have to deal with is a context and organizing the systems to use those technologies appropriately. And then, of course, because we're doing training and helping to organize the sites and all of that, we should see annual accidents reduce greatly. So here I just said a typical site has 10 accidents, and in a Beyond Gold site, it's down to 0 or 1. Okay, so that's a good discussion that you can have with others if they want to kind of understand, well, you're doing all this stuff, but what's going to happen? What changes? How do things improve? Okay, so here we talked about the environment, we talked about income, we talked about safety, and so that's enough to start any discussion. Okay, and if people want to know more, you want to know more, you just ask me. You say, okay, what other things are they getting out of this? I mentioned the community center. I mentioned training, extension services. So there is actually a lot packed into that. But that previous slide was illustrating a case, if you want to call it, right? An example, but a case that we can live to and demonstrate. Okay. Now, we are still in this phase of the SIDF strategy to action. And so we talked about the end goals, the 18-month intermediate goals, and then I introduced, that case study that reflects meeting parts of the intermediate goals. But before I go on and then get down again to the more practical, actionable level, I want to make sure that I'm also talking about other terms that you may or may not be familiar with. So when we now look at the strategy to action, we now, from like an end goal that is to, basically eliminate the degradation or stagnate it, as an example, that's very generic. Okay, now we know that it is 18 months. Okay, so we can actually just also call that, an objective. We can say within 18 months, we are going to stop we're going to reduce the degradation rate of land that in the areas that we control to less than 10%, where it may have been at 75%, okay, within that 18 months. And that's actionable, okay, because then we can take that and say, okay, in order to meet that objective, to meet the goal, we're going to do this, this, and this, and this. An activity is something that you do in general. So like when I say data collection, that's an activity. A task is an activity executed to achieve a purpose. So from an objective, we go to a task. My objective, let's use the data collection one, is to have the information needed, data and information needed to develop a conceptual design. Okay, so that's within 18 months. So the activity is we're collecting data as a part of meeting that objective, but one of the actual tasks is to generate a detailed profile of the land in question within 15 months. Okay? So it's still a task that has a timeline, but it's typically at this level where we can then segment the task to certain people, certain resources, and budget, if that makes sense. And then for every task, there are inputs, the resources it needs, the money, the equipment, the tools, the people, and also, and all of these inputs are things that are needed, okay, in order to often even start the task. And then the output is the result. So in that, in the task of, generating that profile, one of the outputs is actually the profile. Maybe another part of that is generating a recommendations report or a lessons learned report or lessons learned meeting. Okay, they're all tied to the same task, but we're saying if we break that task down a little bit more, for us to say that this was successfully completed, these outputs have to be delivered. Okay? And outputs and inputs can be applied more generally to activities, and you'll see a little bit of that as I go through the data collection process. So then the bigger thing now is we talked about outputs, which are the direct results of doing a specific task. An outcome is a change that occurs because of that task. So in the case of, let's say, reducing the land degradation as an objective, and then as more specifically as a task, an outcome is that the land no longer is in a cycle of degradation. Okay, leading to improved land functions. Okay, because in some regard, if in some instances, this as an example, if the land has not been, if all the biological activity of the land has not been destroyed, the land, even without human assistance, can start restoring itself to some degree. With human intervention, we can, probably accelerate that. So that's an outcome. So this has a more short-term impact or intermediate impact, okay, or effect. The impact, the longer-term effects of that same task is that as a part of, in our case, as a part of other tasks also, is that the land is thriving and contributing to helping people and communities thrive through what it offers, as an example. And so again, that's not measured. It's, you can measure, but typically impact, there's some aspects that you might be able to quantify, but a lot of impact is more qualitative, meaning it's more experiential, it's more narrative, it's stories, it's observations, changes. So you cannot, it's not typically, unless maybe you're talking about the number of people who experience the same impact, it's not necessarily typically numbers exclusively, okay? It has a lot of qualitative in it. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the initial implementation components. And this is reflective of what are we trying to implement in month 9 to 12. After doing all of this data collection, organizing, and preparing, what are we actually trying to put in for these 18 months? Okay? So I will show you the actual components more specifically, but I want to first talk about the programs. So we basically have 3 core programs, if you want to call it, that we are putting in. There's a lot more to this. There's also the Natural Resource Technician Academy and all of that. So there is more, but just to help people get a grip on kind of what we're doing, particularly intervening amongst the general producer population. So the first thing is that we have the Feed Farmers and Families for the Future program, and that just simply means that we are in a lot of communities that are food insecure. We're working with the farmers and their families to produce food for themselves and for others that's healthy, nutritionally nutrient-rich, helping them to get the proper seed and to start seed systems within their communities, and also sell seeds or produce from what they grow. So there's some element of income, okay? Supplemented in time, because it will take time, for example, to put in that mobile unit, but we can say within that 9 to 12 month period, supplemented then by working with the farmers to provide us waste plants or crops that can be processed, which gives them then more likely the stability in their income within that 18 months, okay? But that specific, the mobile operation is not a part of that. This is kicking off on the farmer's side the Small Scale Producers Production and Market Program. It's basically teaching them how to do a vegetable garden regeneratively, work with the soil and the water, that type of thing. And then it's kicking off our 3-year core regenerative land management / agriculture program. Okay. And so it's a short-term project that lasts 18 months to 24 months to get all of our farmers through it or the community through it. But it continues as the Small Scale Producers Production and Market Program. But there's a lot of food emergencies right now. So this is something, once we kick it off, they can start then having their own food supply in 4 to 6 months, okay, and keep turning that over so that basically they don't fall easily back into food insecurity, okay, and then that's helping the farmers, but then they can then also then provide food to the miners, okay, so it's actually a community-wide benefit. And then the Small Scale Producers Production and Market Program is our main program that we're working with small scale farmers and small scale miners. And it's a program that continues on. It's kicked off with the Feed the Farmer and Families for the Future program. It's kicked off with the miners when we start registering them, which can be in the first 3 months as we're still collecting pre-project data through the pre-project activities. But more than likely, it's going to be in the months 4 through 6 where we're mobilizing and planning, okay? But it kicks it off. They get a little bit of benefit. For example, they might get PPE, and we might be able to do some, basic training related to mining safety and those types of things during that time. So both of those, the engagement with what we would call our anchor clients and partners happens really quite early in our process while we're still collecting data to figure out the entire project. So we're trying to provide benefit early because that, as there's those short-term wins, those short-term improvements, it helps people gain the resiliency and the hope and whatever that it's going to take to get them through, the full project. Okay, and then of course, Landscape Multiplex, that's the overarching program to put in the multifunctional landscape, the 3 zones, and to have all of these different land uses and programs and benefits and, activities and industries going on between, communities that have the mining and agriculture nexus, okay? So then, just to give you an idea, I'm not going to spend tons of time on these images, but just to point them out, this is the mobile mineral unit that is going to make the difference for the miners in terms of their income and, reducing the land degradation. Okay, but it has to be accompanied with not just equipment, but also with, the proper regenerative practices, planning, and all of that. Okay, and we actually have a basic package for Zesa Multiplex that provides this and the system of preparing, planning, and implementing a site so that it is aimed at regeneration. It doesn't guarantee it because it's not something that we control, it's someone else's. And it's basically still 18 months like what we do in preparing, and getting our foundations for a larger project. Different things, it works slightly different, it works differently because we're basically servicing others and what they want to do with their site. So I will make that available so people can look at it. It's a good sideline, if you want to say, in the sense that it's helping us to ensure that there's a broader application of the regenerative practices. It's cash flow. It, gives us greater influence in a wider area. We still would probably want to start around, our landscape multiplex. With those groups, we know probably we're not going to work with, for a while, and still give them opportunities. And so the full system, we actually don't, this is more than the basic system. And I basically what the basic SAIS multiplex is putting in the trailer-based mobile mineral processing plant, okay, and a few other things. But this full complement is going to take us longer to implement. But that piece, we can pretty much probably start it and get the equipment delivered in 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, so but I will make that available so people get an idea of what that is. Then on the vegetable and fruit processing side, this is the part that does the juicing. This is just an example, but again, it's liquefying the products. We will also have a version that will dehydrate as well, so we can do a broader range of plants with that, including moringa and other things. And then again, choosing high value targets. So some things like cashew juice and whatever, they would sell relatively high. Okay, so I'm sorry, from the cashew apple, that liquid would sell pretty high in different parts of the world. So we can use a lot of our same crops probably in order to leverage this to, really augment the farmers and get them into a really reliable, stable income. Originally just starting with one product or two products, but different parts of the plant, or different aspects of the plant. So anyway, that's the mobile vegetable and fruit processing. So again, let's returning back to our strategy to action. This is reflecting the key milestones or steps within that first 18 months. You'll see that a lot of our data collection and upfront stuff actually happens at the same time in the first 3 months. Initiation, desktop research, initial data collection, and validation. And from all of that, we then produce a preliminary business case, which basically says, these are the factors that say that we should do this project, at least at the initial implementation level. Even if we don't do a large landscape multiplex, which is not the intent, and I don't see a reason why we can't, we can be successful with what we're putting in, what we plan to put in right now. And it will last for a long enough period of time, maybe not at the original sites because we may need to move things around, but we can make it work, okay? And so what you are doing in this particular workshop, what you're focused on, is actually before month 0. This is before we even think to plan anything. You're just giving us some initial information, or quite a bit of initial information, to consider how we're going to navigate those first 6 months, okay? And give us some baseline information about the context and the people, so on and so forth. Now, this is stuff I used to do. But since I'm not going to be able to be everywhere, go everywhere, and do all of them, this is why I developed the SIDF Cohort 1. And the way that we're approaching this is that there's no pressure. You take your time to work, learn this, and focus on a specific area that meets the landscape multiplex or SIDF project parameters, which we'll talk about shortly. And if it takes you a year to pull it together, that's okay. It should be low cost. It does take time, right? And I tell people that what I suggest is that people spend, now when I look at everything, I really think like 80 hours, okay? It may be more because there's a learning curve. I can do everything in 80 hours, okay? But I'm used to doing it. So in reality, it could take you twice as much time. And maybe even a little more because you need to learn also. The learning curve is not in that number, okay? But the thing is that, again, it's not intended to pressurize you. So what may typically, let's say, take you under a month to do, you can do in 3, 4, 5 months. And that's okay. Doing, 10 hours a week, 15 hours a week, which may be a reasonable amount, right? In some weeks, you obviously might do more. But if you go according to the schedule of this workshop, okay, let's say, so it's going to take you 5 or 6 hours just to process. That leaves you, if you're a fellow, you're giving like 15 hours. So you still are putting in, let's say, 8 hours, let's say, eight hours or so. And so at the end, you're still going to get quite a bit done. So if you're actually doing the work that you need to do in the field to get us to initiate a project, you can use the workshop to help you do that. And by the time you get to the end of the workshop, you'll have quite a bit done. Not everything, but you'll be, feel like you got something accomplished. And then, getting the rest of it won't seem, such a big thing. Okay. So it's really up to you to leverage the workshop time to process, to learn, to apply, okay, onto something that you're going to get benefit from within the next year, okay? So again, it's really up to you. I cannot control that because you're not paid to do this. It's a reciprocal exchange of benefits, and so you need to manage your time and what and how you can do, okay? Once it kicks off, though, once we get to that stage, then we start putting resources into the project, including covering expenses, and people and the things that they're doing to the level that they're doing it, okay? But this upfront, there's a learning curve, there's things going on, it's just we're helping each other, okay? And I do definitely want to benefit you, even if you don't do one of our projects or help us identify projects at our level, that's okay. You're free to take this and to go through the coaching sessions just like everyone else, okay? So I'm not going to go into these things deeply, but this is just kind of giving you an idea how things are happening. So basically after the 3 months, then we're focusing on doing a full land reconnaissance trip, which means now we're putting the geologist, that's external on the ground. They're really getting data so that they can tell us how we need to set that site up, okay, if it's mining. We're still doing reconnaissance at a certain number of farms or a certain number of areas or the site that we plan to put the landscape multiplex in. And then from that, we are fleshing out the requirements to do the project and then planning and mobilizing. So the goal is that by the time we get to month 9, we should pretty much be able to go ahead and start implementing. We may not have all of mobilization done, but we can really start buying equipment, doing things, and getting it out there. Okay, so in my conversation earlier, I talked about we want to implement initial implementation between months 9 and 12. That is our goal, but because again these are new, when I'm speaking or showing people this, I just tell them that we can accelerate depending on the conditions and the context. But I show that our initial implementation starts at month 12. And then, of course, I talked about the concept development for the master plan. And so basically that's at the tail end of those 18 months. And after 18 months, we are still expanding on these initial implementations. But at the same time, we're planning for the industrial or the larger scale project or the hub of the the large scale economic ventures and the infrastructure that goes around that. And so we hope that in years 3 to 4, we can actually have the industrial project moving, okay? So that we're transitioning from relying on a level that is helping us become sustainable to now giving us the capacity to more fully restore and create regenerative processes in this project. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm introducing this. We're kind of going backwards. So I did 18 months. Now I'm trying to show you the 3 months. So basically, these are the intermediate goals for 0 to 3 months, which is our pre-project activities. So basically, our key thing is to make a go, no-go decision to move forward on the project And that's at 2 levels. If we think there are too many problems to try and do a landscape multiplex, we may decide we're not going to do that project, and we may decide just to do, a small localized project that we still feel can be successful within the constraints that we have, our parameters. Okay. We want to establish essential but nascent stakeholder relationships, and not just with one stakeholder, but the multi-stakeholder ecosystem. We want to generate and acquire initial project data. Again, this is basically helping us decide whether we go forward or not, and then helping us to prepare to, for example, do reconnaissance, start, looking at our requirements, and then the planning and mobilization. So this is contributing to the next steps. And then during that time, we should be establishing the office, the infrastructure, and local internal capacity to operate a project development office. Now, that also includes, for example, we've talked, and you'll hear more about it later, but we're also looking at, okay, can we buy product at a fair price even before we put infrastructure really down? It'll help us understand the value chain. So, for example, we can buy cashew, we can buy gold just with trading, or import-export licenses, and rent facilities to store and get local logistics. Something that gives us some profit where we're not losing, but the volume is something that we can handle as we're piloting that value chain as it exists, so that we understand and we can build off of that knowledge. So that's also a part of that as well. And this will become more refined. So the SIDF 0 is 0 month. So what you are doing now is literally bringing us to that point so that we can start at 0 month to start working on developing a project locally. Okay. So that now brings us to the triggers and related activities. Oh, and I'm sorry, let me just back up here, but I can do it from the screen. I'm going to stop this and go to the initial components so that you can see some of what is in our initial implementation. Okay, and again, all of this is referred to in the SIDF Cohort 1 schedule for this workshop. I just want to, again, kind of expose you to this to ensure there is a lot of additional resources, okay, that you can look at in terms of detail. The sessions will help guide that exploration, but it's really to process this, you're going to need to go through those documents too. Most of them are not long. There's just, dozens of them, throughout the workshop. Just give me 1 second here. Oh, I do have it for some reason. Oh, there we go. I thought I didn't have it. Okay, give me just a moment to pull it up. Okay, again, I'm not going to go through this thoroughly because you can certainly look through this yourself, but I've divided it into sections. So just as an example, under business and project, this is within our first 6 to 12 months. That's after we start initiating the project at 0 month, not from the time of what you're doing now with the triggers, because that time can really vary depending on your progress, okay? So HQ office, having a team of 72 local people, most of that is technical people that work in the field, like natural resource technicians. There's mining. This gives you the sense, again, purchasing 100 kgs of gold prior to our initial implementation. That's where I talked about we try to buy product beforehand with the existing value chain with the appropriate licenses. Then we put in the mobile operations, and our goal is to do 25 kgs a month, and also start some form of land reclamation restoration, and also put up a demonstration site, which more than likely is, where we're going to start our initial implementation, and have some way of also training others that are not on that site and showing them how things work. Agriculture, again, purchasing 1,000 tons of high-value crop, could be cashew in our first season to initiate engagement with farmers. Demonstration farm, setting up core seed systems, nurseries, and seed banks. And then the mobile operations for extracting and sanitizing the juice from vegetables and fruits. And then we have quite a bit of programs and infrastructure, Feed the Farmer program, the Buy Center, where we're buying the minerals and the agriculture, the small scale producer production and market program. There's a lot of pieces. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the other one that I really should mention is the Natural Resource Technician Academy. That's where we're training individuals who typically have been trained at a bachelor's level. We can probably also work with those who have had 2 years of college in the sciences like geology or environment, something like that. But typically, I would say they would have to be at least, seniors in college for the first wave. This is a program that actually can be cascaded to universities across the country and other institutions. We are going to do it for ourselves and our projects, but we're also going to offer it to government and academic institutions, that type of thing, to partners so that there's more knowledge that can be developed and capacity that's developed locally for all the opportunities that are coming into natural resources in the future. Now, let me just say, it does not mean that they're not experts in the country. Does not mean that people have not been well trained outside and inside the country. Typically what we find is that it's knowledge, but it's like the most immediate knowledge, the latest technology, the latest way of doing things, the consistency of training in that. Even in the United States, like for example, when I have students who are at a major university, they're learning the principles of a sector and whatever, but they're not necessarily learning the latest. So, I have interns, and so while the university is giving them the core understanding, we're teaching them, okay, this is what you're actually working on in the real world. Okay, so I want to, applaud the work that is done locally. There's a gap, but it doesn't mean that people are not intelligent and whatever. It's oftentimes it's related to access to information and resources. So, we hope to cover that gap. Okay, great. Let me turn back again to the slides, and we will definitely get there. So we are getting to the point. So we are well over halfway done, just to hopefully so you feel better about the time that you're spending. But hopefully you've taken some breaks. During those breaks, you've gotten away from it, but you've also taken notes and processed some of this stuff. Again, every half hour, really no more than 45 minutes, I suggest that you do that. And in fact, I recommend that you do that, but then maybe, you go through the everything again, listen again, and take more notes, okay? And do this process twice. That will help you absorb more, okay? And because as you go along, your ability to absorb, if you haven't absorbed things well, like from this session, going into the next and the next and the next, you're just going to be overloaded, okay? So you're going to have to find what the dynamic is that's comfortable for you, in that. But, those are my general suggestions. I do that as well for myself, oftentimes in order to be able to manage all of the information, okay? So now we're going to specifically get to the piece that you're working on now, okay? That you're going to start, as of today, This is what you're going to be working towards, okay? Still a lot of background information today, okay? You'll get to activities that are more practical in session 2, but we really do need to set up the context, okay, for this. So basically, I call it the before zero intermediate goals. So again, this is before we initiate the project. The end result is that of what you do is that all triggers and related activities to activate the pre-project activities are completed, and that you submit the new opportunity form for SIDF for the SIDF project. Now, these things you're not going to get through until the end of this workshop. So you'll be doing pieces of this, learning more, doing pieces of this, and it really won't be until session 8 or 9, if we need to do some extra sessions to get through everything, that you'll start, really organizing all this stuff and prepping it to submit it in the new opportunity form. Okay, so there's a lot of information today, a lot of background. It is getting more practical, more specific, but you don't have to think about it all at once. Okay. But this week is very important because it's going to give you a lot of context, a lot of background. The knowledge will help you execute the triggers and related activities better. Okay, so then now we're going to look at the process and procedures for this. Okay, first thing I want to bring you back to, which was in mapping the DNA of an idea, was ideal cultivation. And basically that's early stage development. So when we're thinking about the trigger in their activities, and even, almost a lot of months 0 through 6 as a main theme, is that we're trying to understand the problem, which includes any gaps, needs, opportunities, the project, the idea, and the people, and the context. Okay, so this is the same thing that we talk about with the problems to possibility matrix. That's actually one of the outputs of the process for you after you've gathered all the different information and you organize it, that you have to now kind of synthesize it into a simpler form so that we can see what you're seeing at a high level. Okay, you can include also the seed model canvas, an initial one. So there are several different documents that help you do that and organize and give us insight into see what you've seen through all of this process. So when we think about this, understanding the context of people and the problem, it's a contextual analysis. We're trying to understand the dynamics of the socio-ecological system in context and its different facets. So this is research. It's data collection. That's predominantly what you're doing. You are engaging some stakeholders, but not really in a formal way. There are a few aspects, for example, we'll need to know the procedures for obtaining the license to a specific site that you've identified and all of that. So there's some formality in that, but really the fullness of that starts at month 0 when we initiate the project activities or pre-project activities. And at that point, it could be you, but it might be someone else who's our main point of contact to help through that formalization process, okay? Often we'll bring in, attorneys to help with that, to deal with setting up the company, talking to government and all of that. But basically, you're helping us collect the information and identify some of the right people to start with in order to do those activities. So again, I'm not going to go through this in detail. I just wanted to connect it back with mapping the DNA of an idea. So basically, you're doing the same thing that you do when you start looking at any idea that you might have. Okay? So now let's, again, the main activity for a lot of this is data collection, okay, and doing something with the data. So I'm actually going to spend quite a bit of time explaining to you what data and data collection is, how that fits into the process. So you'll have a framework which will carry through this workshop, but also into the other ones. So getting this relatively well in this trigger phase will help you so much in the subsequent cohorts and the phases of the project, okay? So again, I don't expect you to know everything in 1 week, but you want to go back, okay, particularly with this one, okay, because it's giving you a frame of reference for the entire 10 years, not a lot of detail in each phase, but it's giving you that framework in which to plug things, okay, and help you organize all of these individual things in your head, okay? Doesn't happen overnight, but it does come, okay? This is why the coaching and discussion sessions are very important, okay? Because we can help streamline some of that. Okay, so data refers to facts, statistics, or information collected and used for reference or analysis. It can be qualitative or quantitative. In its simplest form, data can be numbers, words, measurements, observations, or even just descriptions of things. Data collection, on the other hand, is the process of gathering and measuring information on variables of interest in a systematic fashion. I want to emphasize systematic, okay? The systematic way of doing it means that we make fewer errors in our process. It doesn't guarantee quality of information because quality of information is dependent on the source, okay, and other factors. But we know that when we do things consistently, we will start getting more consistent results, more streamlined and efficient processes. And one of the things that we want to do is in these early stages, we don't want to spend tons of money. We want to leverage what we have. And data collection allows us to do that, and we can be very efficient and effective in early stages. That's why we've created this structure, the process, the procedures, the tools, the capacity building. So we can do this consistently over and over again, okay? And then enable others to do it as well. Okay, so benefits and uses of data. There's a sheet for this that has more, but just a few. Informed decision making, I've already mentioned that. Understanding stakeholders, helping us to manage risk as we go along. Innovation, planning, communication, managing our projects and programs, improving stakeholder engagement, and problem solving. Data characteristics. A lot more characteristics than I'll mention, but just to give you some ideas. Source, that's the origin of the data. That can be a person, it can be an institution, it can be a AI, it can be a database, it can be, they're innumerable, and you'll see some of those different things in a few minutes. Type, it's typically thinking about let's see, type. So big data is like what IoT systems, Internet of Things systems produce. They just generate a lot of data all the time, and they need huge storage. When we do interviews or focus groups, that's called small data, because we're dealing with smaller sets of information. And they can be qualitative or quantitative value. This is referring to the usefulness of the data. This is the big thing for us, right? So we're going to gather a lot of data, and by itself, it might not be very useful, but because we have multidimensional data, many different dimensions, we can somehow bring it together to provide something that is useful and highly valuable. Now, we don't sell information to third parties. We do, but it's done within the context for development or in agreement with stakeholders. Okay, so we're going to be collecting a lot of data in those areas. And even if it's not personal information, you'll find that as you're collecting more data points, people can create pictures of a community, make assumptions, and do other things. So we don't want to have data just floating everywhere without context and without relationship. Okay, so data is a business, but it's going to be done in a certain way. That's what I'm going to say. Variability is referring to the consistency or inconsistency in the data sets. This could be in the format, structure, or context. So for example, you might have audio, video, images, IoT documents, So and a data set, for example, like if it was a webinar, you might come across it as audio, but you need the video, so there's just a variety of formats and structures. And with all this different characteristics and the different variety, you have to all be able to kind of put it together in a cohesive framework so that you can analyze the data. Okay, so variability, when you're talking about multidimensional data, ends up being really broad, okay, with a lot of things that you have to learn to bring together. And we're doing, within our structure and our process, we're doing that part. Variety is the different forms of data. So, for example, it might be structured, unstructured, or semi-structured. Structured is where it's very structured, like in databases. Unstructured, text, images, and videos. You get information from it, but it's not considered structured. Or semi-structured, which can be things like when you do an interview and you have a common interview guide that provides structure to the discussion. That's semi-structured. Velocity, that's the speed at which new data is generated. When we talk about big data, it's constantly all the time. Okay, so the velocity is very high with that type of data. When you talk about going to the field and doing interviews, the velocity is low. Veracity, that's the quality and credibility of the data. This is a huge problem for data in general in Africa. And also derived data. So what we see is the original source might be pretty good, but by the time it goes through 2 or 3 sets of third parties, it's so detached from the original data, right, that, it may be without bias, whatever, but, with me, I'm really becoming more convinced that we somehow need to keep the data that we're making decisions on. Okay, you can use data like third-party data and all of that to enhance your picture, do certain things, but we need to be careful of just using it. We really, really need the data directly from the source. And particularly now, with all the stuff that people can do to manipulate AI, social media, all this stuff, stories that are all sorts of stuff, I tell people, I can believe that it might be true, but until I am able to be at the source and get it from the source, in a lot of cases, I may have an opinion, but I'm not going to swing one way or another until I feel that I have the authentic story or data. Okay, and so our model of working locally and in context, collecting ourselves and the community collecting a lot of data, I really believe that's going to be the wave of the future until some of these other platforms and things get sorted, because you can't tell who's telling the truth. Okay, that's all I'm going to say on that part. Okay, so volume, then that refers to the amount of data, and again, those are types of data, as I mentioned, but also there are small sets of data, like I said, and big data. Okay, so that's the volume. So if I say big data, you assume that the volume is a lot, extremely large. And again, there is a tool called data characteristics that you can look at, because there are other characteristics that you can consider. Data types, okay? We can look at data types. We already talked a little bit about that. And we were talking about like numerical versus or qualitative versus quantitative. But you can see here that you can organize it by different categories. So by source, we'll talk more about that shortly. By structure, I've already mentioned that. By characteristic, qualitative, quantitative, format, so on and so forth. By security and privacy, non-sensitive, sensitive, personal data, which is always sensitive, and by format. Okay, and again, these are just some examples. There is a document in the resources that also provides descriptions of each of these. And then data sources. This is where we get the data from. So people, like when our stakeholders, when we talk to them, those are sources. These pretty much are third-party sources. That means that the data was generated by someone else, not us. We didn't collect it. We didn't generate it. Okay, and so these are good places to start. Other places that you can look for related to mining agriculture in your country are the multilateral organizations and government. There are a lot of research reports done by, well, actually, journal articles, university. There's so much stuff that's been done that's not even used. Okay, I'll just say that. And in the United States, we are very blessed to get access to a lot of that information. So that's one of the advantages of coming to the U.S., spending some time, because you can do pretty good desktop research here. Okay. Not for everyone, but just to say, that's one of the benefits. But obviously, there are huge benefits also of getting local data. So they work together. So the academic journals, the universities, government reports, multilateral organizations. So you can go to the World Bank. They have an area called data.worldbank.org, I believe, that has a lot of databases. I don't really rely on that so much because, again, it's a lot of derived data. But each UN organization, UNDP, UNECA, AFDB, World Bank in general, IMF, they have reports by country, like on projects at least. So you can go to their site, go by country, and see every document that's been produced related to that country. Okay? And that's a separate session. We can actually go through that. If someone has a question on some of those resources, I can demonstrate live how you go about tapping some of that. Okay? So again, this is a short list of data sources. There is a document that lists the data sources, and we're building, these are just single slides, but I'm building into the process. So these are background things that we're building so you understand the data collection process. And then data quality. Okay, that is extremely important. We talked a little bit about, when we talked about the data characteristics, quality is one of them. So there's some overlap in that discussion, but basically usefulness, timeliness, relevance. Usefulness is the value, right? Timeliness, is it current? Relevance, is it relevant, which lends itself to being useful, right? Is it reliable, meaning is it consistent? Validity, was it internally collected correctly? It's one way of putting it. And then precision. So, for example, data that we get from third parties that is pretty generic, there may not be much precision. Qualitative data, the precision is not very high. It might be accurate from the person's perspective, but you can't generalize it, and it's not extremely detailed. Even when we ask a question about the quantity of gold that an artisanal mining site is, it's still really a guesstimate because they're not keeping track or they're not telling you the truth. Okay, so precision can be a problem, but in some contexts, like right now, we're just trying to get a general idea. Once we get more precise information, we can fine tune our assumptions. Okay, so when we first start, we're not so worried. We don't want junk, but we look at everything and see, okay, is there a way to weave this together into something meaningful? Credibility, obviously, where is the data coming from? Is it showing evidence of something? Is it empirical? Is it just someone's opinion? If it's someone's opinion, are they an expert? So on and so forth. And integrity, is it, is it authentic? Does it reflect the actual origin, okay, of that data? And then authority, again, that's more about being an expert, someone that is considered truthful, known to produce, institutions or people known to produce good data, clean data, useful data, so on and so forth. Now, this is in a form we call it dataset quality checklist. So we use that form a lot to like data sets, third-party data sets. So for each data set, like if we get a data set that we're using for the World Bank, we have to document different aspects of that, and we have to assess the quality. So it's not just used, we're not using that tool in general, but the questions that you can ask around these different areas about the data that you're pulling in, just to get in your mind, okay, are we going to be able to use this data as an example? That checklist is there. Okay, you don't have to fill it out, but you can again use it as a reference when we talk about data quality. Now, this is something I put together because a lot of people don't understand this aspect about data and about research. Anything that someone says can be meaningful and have a purpose and can be applicable in a certain context or situation. However, not all of that is considered factual or strong credibility, okay? So this just helps you understand that. So typically when there are no assumptions or opinions or claims about a particular topic because they lack information or awareness, that's obviously zero. Assumption is where a statement or belief is taken for granted without concrete evidence to support it. We see a lot of that on the website and on social media. Stuff goes and people just believe it's true. And I'm telling people, do you know where it's coming from? Do you know where the original story? Can you verify it? And they find out that it's a complete lie. Okay? That's a lot of stuff that's going on. Okay? Then there are people who have experience or insight to something. They may have heard it through other people. And so they can make some assumptions, okay? They've got something that they're able to speculate about. So that's speculation. Opinion is basically a statement or belief based on personal judgment, feelings, or interpretation of facts, but not necessarily supported by conclusive evidence. So there can be evidence, there are facts, but it's still not, everybody wouldn't necessarily see it the same way, or almost everybody. But even today, even with concrete, conclusive evidence, people are still not believing. Okay, they just say whatever they want to say. So, but it's important in the work that we do that we understand this and that we take a certain position about how we deal with data. Okay, because the data and how we interpret it, how we use it, can make or break a project. Okay, so we don't want to be we're not going to be perfect because nobody's perfect, but we don't want to be haphazard, loose, and just do it the way all these other people are doing it. Folks, we can't do that, okay? Anecdotal evidence, this is now where there is personal experiences. They tend to be like someone has that experience, so they're testifying based on their experience, okay? So that is evidence. It's more qualitative typically. It's not necessarily reproducible yet. You can't necessarily see a pattern between a lot of people or anything, but, there is some evidence to that, but it tends not to be systematic. Then informed opinions, that typically comes from, again, it's personal judgment, but it does have more evidence, and often that informed opinion is coming from experts or something that you've done that is somehow based on evidence somewhere, okay? Expert consensus, obviously, that's where you can consider it authoritative with credibility, but you still then need to check out the experts because the experts may be lying, okay? So that's the thing. So that's why I hold data loosely and I try to weave together different sources, different people, different places to get the picture, not just relying on one source, one person, even if they're credible. Okay, you're building your case, your business case, by having multidimensional data from credible sources, a variety of sources, a variety of methods that you collect the data, even different time horizons. Again, we're talking about this as triggers, but in 6 months, we're going to be collecting data again. We're now in the field, we're doing stuff, we can do things with more precision, so we're having different time horizons, to investigate. So we're layering information and data upon each other to create a more holistic picture, Okay. Empirical evidence now is where we do have data, observations, and experiments that are systematically collected. That's why we emphasize systematic data collection, although if it's qualitative, if it's what we call secondary data analysis, which is existing documents that others have produced, it's still, it's not like our own direct data that we collected, but it can still be evidential. And basically, it's also analyzed using established scientific methods. And then replicable research. It's not just that one study. The way they do it now is if you're producing results, you're supposed to give enough information so others can actually replicate it, which then, adds to the level of evidence, empirical evidence of your whatever you're saying is true. And then established scientific theory is where a well-substantiated and widely accepted explanation or framework that has withstood extensive scrutiny and testing over time. Okay, but a good example is quantum mechanics. The idea of physics before quantum mechanics, was what you could see, observe, and measure. But there were inexplicable things that were happening that they couldn't explain that were new, and they fit outside the established scientific theory. So people were saying that the science or this thing didn't happen. But what they found out is that it was a new area of study called quantum mechanics that studied the subatomic level that influences everything. But at the time, it was called spooky stuff. Okay. So, take all of the scientific and the empirical evidence as true in its current context. But as you learn through wholeness and regeneration, there's always additional knowledge, new combinations of systems and all of that lead to new things that we've never seen. Now, in terms of the fact, was it there or not there? It's there, but we never observed it before. Okay, so we can't scientifically prove it if we haven't observed it. Okay, so this is again important, but we still have to balance that with the fact realizing that we are constantly, as a human race, learning more new things that are not established but are still true. Okay, but when you're dealing with data, you can still make assumptions, but you need to tell people, for example, that this is based on established scientific theory, or this is just my opinion. Okay, that's all that is. Okay, one level is not worse off than another unless you are not informing or understanding the limitations of the data based on the level of evidence that data can give to you. So for example, at the beginning of the project, I can make certain assumptions because I've seen it and I've done background research, and it pretty much holds true, okay? And a lot of it's qualitative, but, consistently I'm seeing it across, so now I'm considered an expert, so it's, it's anecdotal evidence, it's, so on and so forth. But I will not make a decision about using $10 million on that initial data. I will make a decision that I may take 50,000 to 100,000 to do a pilot and test to see what holds true, what doesn't, and then do the next crop. Okay, so that's just hopefully giving you a picture of some of how the dynamics work, okay, when we're talking about data. Now, direct versus indirect data collection. Direct data collections and when we do it. So all this stuff that you're doing, where you go to the field, you talk to people directly, you observe directly, you collect surveys from the individual directly, that's direct data collection. When you are collecting data from third parties, like reading documents, going to databases, that is indirect, okay? Direct allows us to collect for purpose. The reason we're doing this is we want to do a landscape multiplex product, and we need data along the way, okay? It gives us more control, but it is more costly and time consuming. But in our case, because we are trying to understand the rich tapestry of the context, it's worth it. Plus, the way that we're building the project on the scale, we can do it cost effectively over time. Okay. This is another reason why we're also, structuring these processes in quite a lot of detail with detailed tools, because it will help us save money. The same thing that we're doing for this phase and the next phase, I could charge $10,000 to $20,000 for it easily, okay, because of the time we save someone else. But so for us, we're trying to create a cost-effective way of collecting data. Okay, so we use third party, but we also do sufficient amount in the field. Until we are sure we're going to do a project, that's going to be somewhat limited, okay, in time frame, money, and resources. But when we're sure that there's enough information for us to say we're going to go ahead, we then now have permanent staff who are there, who will be engaged in collecting data on an ongoing basis. Okay. Now, indirect, it does give you the ability to paint a broader picture, because you can pull the data from a variety of places. It tends to be less costly and time consuming, but it may not match the purpose. In our case, because we're doing context, that's pretty broad. So that means that a lot of things that may not work for others may work for us because of, the broadness of that. And of course, there's less control. So the idea is to use data that we think, even if it's not fully, if there's not like evidence, that we feel comfortable with for rational reasons, right? That, it's okay. It may not be the best, but, it can contribute to our understanding. That could even simply just mean old data, data that was from 10 years ago. Typically, we try to keep our data collection, 5 years in the past forward. But for example, with land use change, we may want to know more about how the land was used 20 years ago. Okay, great. So then there's the issue of quantitative versus qualitative data and research. Quantitative, again, is data that can be numerically analyzed, statistical analysis. Qualitative, like interviews, focus groups, those are non-numerical data consisting of insights, opinions, and feelings. Now, this is an interesting thing with quantitative and qualitative. They can kind of, particularly in qualitative research, they can kind of be combined. The example I gave you of someone telling us that a site produces an artisanal mining site, the miner's telling us that it's 5 kgs a month, but they really don't know, because we might be talking to a group of 12 when the site has 1,000, and they have no idea what everyone else is doing. Okay, so they're giving me a number that I can quantify and extrapolate on to say in future this is what can be produced there, but it's just an insight or opinion. There's not actually evidence, okay, even though it's a number, and it's quantitative. The underlying source is part of the question of whether or not something can really be considered quantitative. Okay, because again, quantitative answers the question how many or how much, but if the basis of that result or that insight is baseless, then that number means nothing, even though we have a number. Okay. Qualitative is more the answer, why, and the context. Quantitative, the approach is measurable and you can test. The approach is to observe, interact, and interpret. Sorry about that. Let me repeat. Qualitative is the approach is observe, interact, and interpret. Quantitative is deductive. That means that you are able to make conclusions. Inductive means that you're recognizing patterns. Okay, if that makes sense. Quantitative is suited with randomization, meaning you're picking out of, a group of a population, let's say 1 million people, you're choosing to interview 1,000, 10,000 with a large sample size based on systematic research design principles. okay? Qualitative means that it's non-random. You kind of choose who you have available, and it's a small sample. So we see that again, like in focus groups, interviews, pretty readily. Quantitative, again, you can generalize the findings to the larger population. Randomization is important in that. If it's not randomized, even though it's quantitative, it's probably skewed. So it would be, even though if you generalized, again, the quality of that generalization, is in jeopardy. And then particular findings, you are getting the experience of individuals, groups telling you something. And so it's particular in that particular instance, but it may not apply to other areas. Now, there are some techniques that I'm investigating which can help make that qualitative case study more rigorous, right? Where you can apply it, not necessarily all of it, but you can apply more elements of it to a wider audience. So when we get to the point where you learn about the business case in cohort 2 or cohort 3, then you'll see that, okay? And again, quantitative tends to be objective because it's dealing with facts. The point is, how much, how many, tends supposed to be factual. But even that, okay, honestly, just because something is a number doesn't mean that it's wholly true. It can still have opinions and feelings. So when you have a survey where you're asking someone how they feel about something, someone says that they are very strongly feeling that. Very strongly feeling for one person may be different for another person, okay? So there's some underlying things that people don't always understand. They just make the assumption it's either qualitative or quantitative, based on how you collected it. There's other things underneath that you assess in order to determine the credibility, the evidence, how hard the facts are, and those types of things. When people are giving you their opinion on scales, and even though you can numerically measure that, you cannot numerically measure someone's feelings. Now, they've learned things about the body, like the body response or, eye direction, things like that. They may make it more scientific, but overall, a survey of someone's opinion or feeling about something or how often they do something, it's still an estimation, okay? So, but when you get down to things like how much did you sell in the month of June, that is true hard numbers, okay? Then, of course, quantitative is more structured, which allows it to more easily be able to be analyzed statistically. Qualitative can be unstructured and semi-structured. The cost is typically lower for quantitative. Again, the qualitative is higher. And again, as I mentioned before, quantitative does statistical or numerical analysis, while qualitative is more focused on pattern identification. Okay, so we are getting to the point. It'll be practical in just a few more slides, okay? So then the research design and methods continuum. So what we're doing is we're going from one form of data collection methods or research methods down to another. And the reason why this is important is each level gives you different types of results. And the thing I just showed you, qualitative and quantitative, showed that dichotomy. They're really at other opposite sides of a continuum when you think of quantitative to qualitative. And they're going to yield certain things. So if we're dealing with a social ecological system that has many facets, many sides, many things, one type of research method in this basic understanding is not going to work. You're going to need to combine them. So that's what's called mixed when we have quantitative and qualitative involved. Now the next level is case study, where that now talks about presenting a scenario and unpacking it. So it does deal with context, but it's, again, something that tends to not be generalizable per se, but it provides more context, it's more nuanced, right? And you can learn from that. Okay, so when we talk about business case, we are doing that in a specific instance when we go and create this business case for a particular site and area. We have quantitative and qualitative embedded in that case. Okay, so as you're going down this, it can include the previous levels. Okay, action research is designed to look at something so that you can take action. So a lot of things like with social change, we'll see a lot of that. Transdisciplinary is where, this is now where we get into looking at systems, like systems thinking, looking across sectors, cross disciplines, because the problems that we're dealing with don't have a narrow scope, like these wicked problems that I was talking about. They require interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary research or data collection. But in all of that transdisciplinary, you can do that, but it can still be not realistic, okay? Multidimensional data, right, is now getting to looking at wicked problems in real world scenarios, exactly like we're talking about with the mining and the agriculture. So when we're talking about doing research, design, and methods, we are doing multidimensional data collection and research design, okay? And that goes back to the social ecological systems. We already know it's multidimensional, multi-context. So multidimensional data collection is a method that is often employed for social ecological systems, systems thinking, which we're talking about too, mixed methods integration, because I was just talking about quantitative and qualitative, and complexity theory. That's a whole another thing, but you can already imagine that because we know that these social ecological systems are integrated and complex, okay? So this then gives us a view of living systems, if you want to think about it, right? And how they actually are, and understanding them so that we can make them better or solve these complex problems within them, okay? So that's really where we're focusing, but this multidimensional research design and data collection methods, it incorporates everything above it, okay? And so you'll see, for example, as we talk about the process that you're going to go through, is that our first thing, even though it's multidimensional, we will have many multidimensional dimensions like mining, agriculture, environment, community. So we'll be looking at many dimensions, but we won't necessarily have many different data collection methods. We're relying heavily, for what you're doing right now, on what we call existing or extant data analysis, looking at stuff that's already there, okay? But as we go along over 18 months and longer, we'll be employing, like for example, after the first 3 months of initiating the project, we do a case study, a business case. So the multidimensional that we're doing, we're not doing it just as a once-off snapshot. It's a system that we're creating to do throughout, okay? So then data collection methods in general, these are a few. Most of you have heard of these. The secondary data analysis is simply telling us that primary data is the data that we collect from direct data collection. Secondary data analysis is when we're analyzing data that someone else has collected. Surveys and questionnaires. Surveys are when you give someone like an online survey. Questionnaires is where it's in a written format and they sit down and they respond while you're there. Observation, you're looking at things. We do observation and focus groups. We do those in the first 3 months. The end results, observation is just looking at the environment, seeing how people are behaving, seeing what's going on. Focus groups is where you get a small group of people together to ask them questions. It's like doing an interview with an individual, but it's in a group. So sometimes they call them group interviews. Focus groups tend to be a little bit more general, more flexible, if you want to call it, because they want to see not only them answering the questions, but the interaction, right? And kind of what bubbles up to the surface. And then, of course, the case study is what we're leading to. We're taking all this information that we're collecting, and we want to have a business case to say, this is what it is, this is what we can do, and this is how we can do it. Okay, now that's a little bit different than some case studies that you may see, because our purpose is to implement, not just to inform. Okay. Okay, so now we are getting down to the actual data collection process that we are going to go through in general forever. Okay. And I will be contextualizing this as we go through it to your immediate tasks as well. Okay. We'll get there in just a few slides. So the first thing is we have to define our objective and research question. And basically, when we think about the 18 months, we want to develop a comprehensive baseline profile of the local socio-ecological system, which will serve as input for the master design, for the landscape multiplex, and operational implementation issues, based on parameters of project within 18 months of starting the SIDF pre-project activities. Okay, so we know what we're going to produce, what it's going to be used for, what are some of the constraints, the parameters of the project, the time frame. So we can measure this. Okay, we're not going to get into how we set up the measurement of that, but we can measure this, right? Okay, first of all, we have to define what we mean by a comprehensive baseline profile. Okay, but we can measure this. So then for this objective, what are the research questions that we need to ask and get answered? I didn't list all of them, I just listed a few. Describe the land, people, and context. What is the current state of the local socio-ecological system? Describe key issues and challenges faced by the socio-ecological system. What pathways are there to move the local socio-ecological system to a more stable but dynamic state? Okay, and so then based on the objective and the research question, we can then identify the research design and methods. Now I'm trying to make this a little bit easy, so I'm using the term socio-ecological system so that you automatically understand that should tell you that you should, even if you can't do immediately, you should design for a multidimensional research method. Okay, and again, as I said, that still encompasses all those other levels. Now, what I didn't mention is there is a document that does have the continuum for research design, from quantitative to multidimensional, that provides more detail, okay, than I did. So once you then define the research design and methods, in this case, because our multidimensional project is actually an implemented project over 10 or 15 years, we're going to break this down into different stages because the data that we collect at different stages may have different purposes, which we've already talked about, intermediate goals that are different, right? So in this case, and so this step is not always necessarily in a data collection process, but this is how we're doing it because it's a large project. So just as an example, we have the trigger activities that you're going to be working on, which is prior to SIDF activities, pre-project activities, which is months 0 through 3, mobilization and planning, which covers about months 4 through 9, and initial implementation, which on that 18-month chart, it was 12 to 18 months, but here I indicate 10 to 12. So now that I've defined that, I can now start chunking down by milestone or step in this process the sub-objectives, okay, which I already introduced for the trigger. And that happens to be collect sufficient data to inform activating pre-project activities, establish a local office with staff, scope of, and pathways for next step. Now, I rephrased this a little bit differently, but essentially, you're helping us determine, given enough information, whether or not we think it's worth it to actually initiate a project or pre-project activities leading to a project. Okay? Now, Next step, for each data collection milestone, determine data collection methods. And as I go through this is going to be specific to the trigger activities to help you. Okay, so in the trigger activities, the key things that you're going to do in terms of activities are secondary data analysis, which is the most significant in terms of effort. So you're going to be looking at different documents, going to websites, getting research reports, seeing if you can get government documents locally, all sorts of stuff. And you are going to do a field visit because you need to get or send someone, to get pictures of sites, to get GPS coordinates, and to get a feel for the area. Okay, and it's not supposed to be a big activity right now. It's just supposed to be one trip where you can collect as much information as you can get in a half day or a day. Okay, and then you obviously will have informal conversations with stakeholders, and they may be, as I said earlier, a little bit more formal when you're talking about government, when we're talking about getting a concession of land. But overall, it's still pretty much informal. The next step is that you want to identify the data sources, okay? So we know our research questions, and we also know, sorry, let me just go back up here. My brain just skipped. Okay, so we know the data collection methods, and really the data sources and the data collection methods kind of go together because depending on who you and what you have access to determines to what extent you can use data collection methods. If you have no stakeholders you can talk to, for example, or you can't visit the site, you're not going to be able to do a field visit, as an example. Okay, so these two really go hand in hand. But in this example, we know the data sources, government departments, research reports that are third party, and the land itself, which is when you do a field visit. Okay, so with the government departments and the research reports, you can conduct secondary data analysis from the information they provide you, and while you're talking to government departments, you might be able to informally talk to stakeholders. So it's not really interviewing yet, but you are able to ask some direct questions. Okay. Step 7, for each data collection milestone, develop data collection tools and data collection procedures, which I have. Okay, and so this is what you'll be working with throughout the rest of the workshop. Initial site assessment, we haven't gotten to this yet, but there's a land parcel brief that's a major deliverable for the trigger activities. Contextual analysis outline, which is another tool and also major deliverable. Not an end deliverable, but it's an intermediate deliverable. And then, of course, the process procedures that help you know how to do this, along with this workshop. Okay? Now, the rest of these are just general steps, and I'm just going to list them and give you a few examples. So for, oops, my numbering is off. Sorry about that, guys. So for the first one on this page, which says 6 but is actually 8, I'll correct this on the slides. You want to test your data collection tools and procedures. So you actually going through the workshop and us having coaching discussion, even if we've used these tools before, it's testing it in your environment. So we're automatically doing that, okay? And then if need be, we will then go to refine and finalize data collection tools and procedures. Because as we do this more and more, we're going to get better at it, or we're going to find things that need to be done or ways that we can do things better. And then and we do that in the process, you start collecting data, for example, and if you're collecting data and there are people who are coming behind you and you find a problem, we correct that problem, you kind of continue, but we make sure that we incorporate it into the procedures, the tools, and everything else so that others are able to smoothly continue, okay? And then once you collect that data, you clean and organize it. And the land parcel brief is basically a data collection tool. So you're going to go to different places to get information and put that information on that land parcel brief, which is part of the initial site assessment. And that then helps organize the data. because then I can take that form and dump that information into a database, and it's structured already. Now, within each question, it can be unstructured, but for me, just to have a structure so I can organize data, like for, you have one site you're looking at, or you might have two, but I can compare your answers between the two. So it's structured or semi-structured to some level, but it's not fully structured, if that makes sense. And so that's what you're going to submit to me. It's more than just that tool, but that's the idea, is that once you've collected the data and you're finalizing it and you're putting it into that new opportunity form, that you have organized it. Cleaning, you are cleaning in a way, you're making sure grammar is correct, and making sure that, for example, when I ask for a report to be generated from the website, that all the pages are properly showing in the PDF. Okay, so you're cleaning it. But cleaning in terms of data really is a rigorous process. That's part of the data life cycle. That's really what's meant here. And we'll do a little bit of that, but that's something that is done often in the back end. But you, as the gatekeeper who collected the data, you're actually responsible to ensure that the data is, as clean as it can be, because you're the one who collected it. So we don't want garbage in so that we get garbage out. That's the idea. Okay. And then from that organized data, then I can analyze that data. So basically, what am I analyzing? I'm looking at for understanding of context, people, problems, so on and so forth. So I'm not trying to make a decision off of that or really strongly analyze the data. I just want to paint a picture. But from painting that picture, it's going to give me, because I've been doing this for a while, a sense. Okay, this actually looks pretty good. Then I'll say yay or nay. Now in future, as others gain experience, including yourself, you'll be the person that'll be doing yay and nay. Okay, but for right now, it's me. And then once I analyze the data, okay, I'm going to generate appropriate outputs. Now you have already yourself have outputs that you're submitting, okay? But I'm talking now that, because you're really not analyzing the data, you're just collecting it. So I'm and the internal team are analyzing it to make that decision, but at the same time, some of the data that you pulled, like the GPS coordinate or a KML, a file to show the boundaries of the site, are actually data that we can use to generate an automatic baseline profile of the site from third-party data from different places, automatically within 5 minutes. Now we have a nice organized set of data that's been analyzed automatically underneath the hood, okay? So now we can move faster with team members because we are able to analyze that quickly with the data. That's what we're aiming for. We don't have that piece in yet, but that's the idea. And this becomes an initial baseline profile, and as we add data and change things, that profile, that baseline profile, that comprehensive one we're trying to get to in 18 months, gets better and better. It gets broader, it gets deeper. We can see more interactions and interconnections throughout the whole thing, okay? But your work, this trigger work, is starting everything. So what you're doing is very important. So I hope that you take it seriously, because it can make a really big difference on how we start. Even with these basic things, can make a real big difference as to how we move from stage to stage in the project. Okay. So now, secondary data analysis, other names, and I've mentioned some: extinct data analysis, desktop research, existing data and document analysis, literature review, contextual analysis. They're all very similar. Okay, they might have a different scope, different environment, but basically you're trying to gather data in the background from existing documents. You're trying to gather a picture, a holistic picture from background documents and data. It tends to focus on the past and present. It's indirect data collection, and again, that means data is gathered from third parties. So when we think about the specific activity for the triggers, it is largely focused on past and current state. We know where we want to go. We want to begin to understand the context people in the problem, and the current state so we can identify gaps and pathways to move toward that vision of whole regenerative systems designed as landscape multiplexes. And I just want you to keep in mind again that we are implementing a transformative project that we anticipate will solve a number of issues and problems in the current state. Okay? But we are not limited by that. This is just giving us understanding so that we can weave that picture of how we get to that future from the present. Okay. So, a couple of external resource documents that you're going to need, and you'll use these as part of getting yourself prepared to start this trigger process. So the first thing with the parameters for natural resource projects is this is explaining, and I'm going to pull up the document, this is explaining the parameters in which we are going to operate when we are going to start a project. This is what we're looking for. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at the parameters for natural resource projects. So this is focused around SIDF and the landscape multiplex. So first of all, there will be issues related specifically to the landscape multiplex structure, the land that we plan to control and develop. But then there's also the periphery area where we have small-scale producers, both mining and agriculture, that we'll be working with. So this first comment is about guidelines in terms of the size of population of producers that we want to start with. We can start a little smaller. We can also do somewhat bigger, but this is just a good starting number if we're in general working with high value crops or other commodities. So basically we want about 1,000 existing small producers that are producing high value commodities, either minerals or agriculture. And in most cases where we're doing an intersection, we would like to have both 1,000 farmers, 1,000 miners. However, whichever, mining or agriculture that gives us our minimum 1,000 that will help us get to the revenue stream that we need to make, we can, change that up somewhat. So in doing that, then that means we're servicing 4,000 people along with the miners or farmers and their families. That's kind of a low number. Typically families or extended families will, could be anywhere from 5 to 10 people, but we try to do it modestly. And then from that, the family fans out into the community where there is indirect support for then 10 times the number of family size, which gives us about 40,000 people indirectly. Specifically, the location of the landscape multiplex typically is going to be in one location, and then the the periphery area where the small producers will extend from that. Could be all around, could be to one side. We basically have to look at what's available. But the idea is that we want the entire radius through one part of the landscape multiplex and the periphery to be no larger than 50 kilometers to start. Ultimately, we can extend the cluster probably to 100 kilometers because if, let's say, it's centered, that really only means it's about, 50 kilometers in one direction, which is, in most cases, even if roads are bad, you can still, get to a site and come back the same day if it's a long day. We also will initially serve between 3 to 12 villages. That may be smaller in terms of number of villages, maybe because the population is higher or they're further out. There are a lot of dynamics around these things. These are just really to give you some parameters to think about and work through. Pretty much right now, I'm finding every scenario, every site is slightly different, so we have to make some modifications. But these just help you think through all the things that are important to us. It also must have potential to produce more than 10 million in revenue per year within 3 years with 30% profit margin. And again, there are a lot of assumptions. Okay, so this is again very vague, very early. It's just our belief that it can be done. Obviously it may not end up being that, but we do want to set a goal of what we want to do in terms of revenue. And again, that's not the development funds, but it's helping to establish the ventures as viable, okay? And in the fact that we can, have it grow fast, and, then it makes it easier to get expanded funding for larger projects if that's necessary. So there's a strategy behind this, not to have projects that just take us forever to get started and are not generating revenue. We really want to see revenue within the first year and then be able to be profitable within 2 to 3 years, okay? So then the initial cost of implementation is not to exceed $1.5 million. And that really means for one, either mining or agriculture. And to implement both, fully for the initial implementation would be about 3 to 4 million. Either side of that, it's about the same. The agriculture, if we're including the mobile unit, is going to be probably closer to 2 million. Okay, but this number's pretty good. Ultimately, we are, even though we're trying to do everything simultaneously, likely it will be somewhat staggered between the mining and the agriculture. So initially, also, the best products are high-value commodities that are exported. They're basically the best to do phase one because we know the money's in the value chain. We can figure out who is producing the quality and the quantity, and so there's lower risk for us, and we can get a share in the market in most cases because the conditions under which the farmers work, the miners work, and are paid are horrible. So, with us, we're going to give we're going to give a lot of support. So, we should attract the numbers, the quantity and quality that we need. It's not that easy, but, in principle, that's the rationale. We also want to see that there's some existing stakeholder ecosystem, and typically that's going to be the case. Mining and farmers, they're organized to some extent. It might be an ecosystem that is led by the government, so that idea of an existing stakeholder system can look very different. But the idea is for us to know what's there that we can leverage. Then we also need to be able to do our upfront activities. If there's any major disruption that causes us from being able to go through those processes, then basically we have to pause. Doesn't mean we won't do a project, but if there's disruptions that take more than 2 or 3 weeks, more than a month, we're going to have to put that project or that potential project on hold until there are better conditions. Typically, also, the producers should already be coordinated or organized informally, which in the case of mining, they often are, in terms of, at least by site. They have a system of how everyone manages to be on the same site, illegally, but it's organized. And so we need that so that we're not starting everything from scratch. Yes, we're starting new relationships. We have a new way of doing things, but in terms of production, we really already kind of want that organization to be there so we can start thinking about how we can aggregate faster as we're setting up planning. And then we tap into that strength and, not partner, but collaborate, like with site managers, with people who are leading informal farmer or or minor groups, we typically do not partner with cooperatives, meaning giving them the responsibility to fully organize the farmers or the miners and all of that, because we want to create a direct relationship with our producers. But we can work alongside of cooperatives and capacitize them to do certain things to be a part of our ecosystem, so they really are not losing out. That's the idea. So then we also need to see that we have a strong external market for the high value commodities. We have that in cashew, we have that in coffee, we have that that we know of, and I'm sure there's one for cocoa. We just haven't found anyone specifically to do it, be an off taker. And of course, we have off takers for gold, for tin, other precious metals. And on the mineral side, it's not really all that difficult to do that if they're high value commodities. The size of the area we control directly, and again, this goes to 10 square kilometers, which is basically, if I remember correctly, let's see, 100 per square. Yeah, okay, so it's 1,000 hectares to 10,000 hectares. That can be through ownership, through concession, lease, exploration license, etc. We want a large enough area where we can do carbon credits, which is better for the 10,000 hectares. But also, we want to have plenty of space. We don't want to find ourselves crowded in with others around us, because what will happen is once people know of the development, they'll start buying up land in the area, they'll start putting things in, and then we become hedged in. So there'll be speculation, there'll be a lot of different things. And I've experienced that. So, so basically we just try to secure what we need or believe we need up front. We can always relinquish it if we find that we decide that we're not going to, manage all of that at one time. The service area, like I said, that is the landscape multiplex. That's the proper project site that we will control and manage. Then the service area, the periphery area, is again where the small scale producers are. And that can be up to another 100 square kilometers in addition to the landscape multiplex area. But as I said, when we start, we really only want a radius to some extent between the periphery and the landscape multiplex somehow overlapping a little bit. Perhaps that's really no more than 50 square kilometers. If we can, that service area, we obviously would prefer smaller service areas or peripheries with higher concentrations of small scale producers when possible. Again, it just makes us hopefully more efficient and able to do more in less time, less effort, because we're cutting down the travel time. And again, we want to have the intersection between high value mineral and high value agricultural commodities at the same time. We will be able to do that in most cases, or for example, use the mobile juicing unit, I'm just calling it, or the processing unit to give us that high value. And there are other crops, for example, like castor tree and moringa that we can plant that grow fast, and it can be harvested. So there's good money that can be made within a year. So we do have some options if the scenario that we're looking at, everything else looks good, but we just can't seem to combine the mineral and the agricultural value chains. On the mineral side, primary metals are gold, any of the battery minerals, and multi-mineral deposits that have always, in all cases, of high value. So in some places like tin, you'll also find wolframite, coltan. There are some that you'll find in pairs or a variety. And so those are good because that means that we have not just one primary metal, but we also then have, hopefully in significant amount where we can have a different secondary revenue stream or tertiary revenue stream. We're always looking at existing production sites or production areas in dealing with small scale producers and farmers. Again, that's because it allows us to meet our milestones faster. We will have some areas where we'll have to do more upfront, which we recognize, but we want to try and stay away from those as our first projects in a country. So we also look at hydrothermally formed deposits to start because they're, I guess, easier to find, work with, and maybe closer to the surface. Don't quote me 100% because I'm not a mineral expert. But anyway, then we want to have the ability to implement surface mining first before going underground. And when I think of surface mining, of course, it's the alluvial or artisanal mining closer to the surface. They're already doing it. It's already proving to work in high enough quantities for us. Ease of extraction and ability to do it environmentally friendly is very important. But again, in general, we should not have a problem in doing that. Also, excuse me, hopefully it's not showing on your screen. Got stuff popping up on my computer. Anyways, especially since gold remains a tier 1 capital asset for bank liquidity, and there is sufficient profit in it, gold really remains our primary target. Okay, battery metals are important. We need to look at that with the short to medium term, but there's some things going on in the metals because I guess the depressed, global economy or whatever, that things are not moving as fast as people anticipated. But there's still good opportunities in there. We also want to have the ability to sell mineral extracted during the exploration phase. So that means that while we're looking to, fully explore the land to figure out what's on there and what we can do with it, we want to be able to still make money off of it. And so again, with artisanal or alluvial mining, that makes it possible. We definitely need to have the right concessional license for it, but it is, makes it very possible to do that. And after we have a large enough portfolio, we will move on to other areas of mineralization that are more greenfield, that people just have a hunch or that we can do remote sensing to figure out. But right now, in order to balance the idea of a long-term project with short-term gains, leveraging existing production is easier and better for us actually too, because it allows us to learn other things in a sense at a lower risk of trying to do a large-scale project off the bat, because we're on the ground working already. Now, in terms of the agriculture, again, it is specifically high-value crops: cashew, cocoa, castor. Our first preference is cashew. We actually can have off-takers who will buy 25,000 tons of the 320W grade raw cashew in the shell. And so we can get that from Guinea-Bissau, but as an example, there's political instability, so the plans, I'm still evaluating how we will do things in this interim for this year, because that political situation is not going to calm down at least until the beginning of the following year in 2025. So we'll still get it done, but we're going to have to make adjustments. Obviously, other high-value crops to consider on a case-by-case basis is bamboo, moringa, and also, it's not listed here, but castor. Tree or brush crops are complemented when we talk about in the short term, but developing integrated farming along with the farmers. They are then integrated with other types of crops. Some of those can be complemented by low height crops that are replanted once or several times a year, but also have food and industrial applications. So in that area, and it would not be on its own. It would have to be with cashew, cocoa, moringa, one of the perennials. We could do cassava. Okay. As an example, in Enugu, southern Nigeria, they have cassava and cashew. So it works. And we also want, as a part of our landscape multiplex, to have land that needs to be restored. Okay. Now, in terms of the landscape itself for the project, we're looking at land that is highly degraded with mining that's easy. In some cases with agriculture, that could be also the case. Landscapes from where high-value goods and services are sourced. Again, that's related to the commodities to start. Landscapes with high biodiversity. Land with a lot of deforestation. Landscape where marginalized population is at the center of a value chain. Landscape evidencing a lot of formal or informal collaboration between local stakeholders. And some of these are preferred, they're not guaranteed. But again, we're just trying to give you enough information to think the way we think when we're looking at things. And I should say the way that I think, because there are not enough team members yet who are navigating this and making decisions on what we do and what we don't do. But that, I assume, after a year will change dramatically. And then, of course, landscape where there are ongoing activities that could be strengthened by restorative activities. Again, the size of the landscape multiplex is 10 square kilometers to 100 square kilometers. So basically, we are looking at them individually, but we also look how they offset and work with each other. So again, these are really parameters, meaning this is really what we want, but if we can't get it the way we want it, how can we adapt to still feel like we're putting ourselves in the right frame of reference to do a landscape multiplex project? Okay. So that explains that part. The next one I'm going to explain, and just give me a moment before I switch, is so when you're looking at this and you're starting to, for the first time, help us find locations in your country, what you're really going to try and do more broadly first is to identify where those key high value crops are being produced, where we can get enough aggregation, where it's denser, where there's more farmers, for example, so we can get the types of quantities that we're looking for. So, for example, you will, basically talk to your Ministry of Agriculture, agronomists who know the country, know different areas, and can give you some details. You will do the same thing on the mining side. You'll ask the government, where is there a lot of artisanal mining in gold? In a lot of places, it's in the north, like if it's in West Africa, it's in the north towards the Sahel region. And so, I can say like the coastal countries, all of them have gold. Some of them have it towards the south. I won't say, I'm sorry, all of them don't necessarily have gold because Guinea-Bissau is not noted to have it, but I do still believe that it's there. You can find that information by talking to people who are experts in the industry with government. You can go online. That's how oftentimes I find out where things are, and I tell you, I just do a search like a country like Benin, and I look for artisanal small-scale gold mining, and they tell me they're either like journal articles or there's news reports or something about where artisanal mining is going. May not tell me much, but at least it's telling me where, okay, to give a starting point. So basically, you're just trying to navigate and figure out where we can get that cross-section. So, for example, in the Congo, the first thing when Fernando, which is one of the fellows, who you may or may not know, he came to us because he's a soil scientist working in an area where there's coffee farmers and other types of farmers. And that was great. Okay, that's a good crop. I'm aware of the area and know that the coffee, in general, is supposed to be able to be very high quality. And then secondly, then I asked, well, we're also looking for minerals. And I know somewhere, in southern Kivu, there is gold also. And he says, yes, they actually have gold mining and coffee in the same municipality district area. Perfect. Okay, so then that's the place that we decide. And see, it's very, very general, right? It's where we can find opportunity, where we have someone, for example, who's local. So you may not be local, but you may know someone who's local who can work along with us to collect data, get more information. And that's important because we're not going to spend money for you to travel back and forth initially. And secondly, we don't want you doing that all the time because we need someone local who can help, help move things along. So if we don't have a person in that area and we can't find a person that we think can cooperate with us with these early stages, then we may not do it. We may say we have to wait until one of us, either our side or your side, we figure out how we can make it work. And that's okay. There's a lot of other data collection that can go on. It just means that the triggers cannot be completed, but you can still spend time, doing other background information. So then the other thing is when you start talking to people, they're going to ask you about the project, what's going to be done, and all of that. I would just say that we have someone who wants to do a development project in the value chains. Right now, they're just collecting information, to find out what might be available, the context. I can let you know in a month or so. Try not to give too much information up front. Government's a different thing. When you start talking about concessions, they're going to ask you, they want to know, are you ready? Do you want to do this? Da, 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 da. So with that, you're going to have more knowledge probably to talk to them directly about a specific concession, on how to get it, how to work with government, and all those different factors. And so that's like a side conversation. But the first part, just to be able to scope where things are and what area you're going to kind of look at is key. Now, if you cannot find that overlap where there's like coffee and gold in the same district, what we can do is we can have a landscape multiplex that sits between two areas, that one might be mining and one might be agriculture. So there are different ways we can look at it. We have what we call satellite locations that are smaller, that basically deal with supporting the local producers in that area and doing primary processing. So for example, normally where we would put, let's say, the landscape multiplex, we put the cashew, we'd figure out how to put the mining industrial complex there, all of that in basically the same landscape zone. We may have to do a satellite and have a primary processing for mining or supporting that mining area separate from the landscape multiplex. And that's okay because landscape multiplexes are supposed to have satellites. And if we have to start with the satellites first, as long as they're close enough together, let's say in the same, like 100 square kilometers, maybe 150 square kilometers, we can figure something out. Okay, so hopefully with this description that I'm giving you, you can see it's a little bit fluid. We definitely have parameters, but we can be very imaginative on how we accomplish these things. Okay, so feel free, once you have started to investigate or you need help up front to help frame how to find these locations, you need help with that, just reach out to me. Okay, so now I'm going to switch to the next document. So just give me one moment here. And this one is a list of prerequisite data about the site that we want to collect. So essentially, this is pretty much all existing data, most of it's documents. Some of it might be things like maps, concession boundaries, different things like that are held by government, okay? And so let me pull this up here. Now, the first thing I will tell you is you are not going to get everything on this list, even when we've been there longer, okay? Just remember the amount of data that's available on a lot of places can be very old, which can be validated and updated, and often is not very complete, okay? So what we're doing is saying for any site, agriculture, any natural resource site, These are types of data that we want to get. Okay. Now, as an example, we talk about the shapefile or KML file. That's the digital geographic information system types of files, which tell us the boundaries. And when we layer different pictures and different things on top, we actually get a nice, interesting picture about the land. We can assess the soil quality remotely. We can assess sometimes mineralization. We can see buildings and structures and roads and former roads. So there's actually quite a bit of detail that we can pull. So the goal is that by June 2024, we will have a system that once we've collected all this information and organized it and cleaned it, that we can instantly create a preliminary baseline profile from the different data that we've collected and third-party sources. For example, there's one that has, for GIS, that has estimations of the size of human settlements. So if the country doesn't have the correct census, like it could be old, for example, incomplete, or we can't get access to it, we don't have to spend days and weeks trying to get it. We can just use the GIS layer, as they're called, to see the human settlements and to get an estimation. At the early part of this, that's all we need. We just need some general, halfway decent information so we can begin to paint a picture, and not just a basic picture, but a picture that has a lot of different types of data. That's that multidimensional data focus that we've talked about. And again, if there was a land survey that's done, typically with mining concessions, that's the case. Agriculture, that may not be, or for other natural resources. So that means in that case, and this is an example of going to the field, you will have to go to the field and actually get a professional surveyor or geologist to define the boundaries. They don't have to do a full survey, but we do need to know what the actual boundaries are that we are going to be negotiating or working with the government. Okay? And so that is an expense that we would cover. Okay? And ultimately, we have to do a full survey before we would purchase or negotiate or whatever, but that's on the side of land in general, let's say abandoned mining land and other things. If they're not keeping it in the same concessional structure, there may have to be more things that we have to do up front. But if it's mining, with the concessions, typically they've already done that, or there's stuff that's in process. So generally we can work with them on the mining side more readily, I think. And then things related to ownership and control. And we were really emphasizing this when we were doing carbon credits, because you cannot get carbon credits unless you're the owner or you have the right to enter those programs. So that was really, really a big part. It's not as big of a thing right now because essentially we're leasing, buying, and we're doing it from government. We're typically not going to do it from private sector. So there's going to be government involvement to execute this. So we're not interested in privately owned land. We don't want to help someone develop their land. It's not that we don't want to help them. We can capacitize them to do that for themselves. But when it's someone else's land, they have their own interest, and they're not generally as broad as ours are. And so when we start talking about what we want to do the land, they want to say, well, I only want these people to do this. I don't want to start off that way. Okay. So I'm looking for, and again, it could be someone in private who has the same type of vision, and they're going to allow us to lease the land and control that land for the landscape multiplex, and everyone in the area be able to benefit. So I won't say no, but I'm just telling you in general, where it's falling right now. So then, of course, any base maps that you can get, even in print, it's certainly better if it's digital. But in Africa, it's not typical for us to be able to get it easily. Geologic maps, natural resource maps, what's there. Some countries have, mineralization, or they have like zonal maps showing what minerals or what agriculture is going on or can be done in different areas. So these are just some examples of things that we should get: soil maps, agroecological zones, mineral maps as an example. And then geophysical maps, geochemistry maps. I'm not going to explain what all of those are. You can just do a search on the internet to get more information about what these terms mean if you need it. And then remote sensing, typically remote sensing, we can get that. That's not a problem. But maybe there's special layers or something that the government has done that would be very informative. But again, these things you're not typically going to find out in this early process. It's going to be as we know more about the people, the relationships, and we're partnering, and things just kind of come forward when you have those relationships. Okay, and any other written documents that are specific. So in my case, I will, you may be doing most of the research, but, I get on a train of thought and I go on the internet and I spend 10, 15 minutes and I find some really good information and I share it with you. So, so documents are important. The academic journals, some websites that are credible, that have research reports, professors, that type of thing. There's a lot of that out there. You would just be utterly surprised. So I'm not going to do like a separate workshop just to show you that. Right now, it's just very easy for me to do that myself. It takes me a few seconds, though, to find stuff. It doesn't take me very long. So if you are finding that you have a lot of gaps and you can't seem to navigate to get yourself unstuck, you can come to me and ask me if I can help. Okay, so again, with the prerequisite data, we don't expect you to get all of this, not even half of it, maybe not even a quarter, but the minimum definitely is going to be that shapefile or the KML file that has the boundaries for the site, the legal boundaries, even if it's not formally recognized yet, that we would use in order to gain access to the use or ownership of that land. Okay, and so that does mean somebody professional has to actually do those boundaries for us. Okay, so just give me a moment and I'm going to switch back to the presentation. Okay, so we just finished talking about the prerequisite data for sites. And so now, you've gotten a little bit of idea about the different, the amount of data. You haven't seen everything basically, but hopefully the framework is starting to make a little bit of sense. I've given you a few pointers that you can actually use to get started and looking at things beyond trying to process the content of the workshop. So the next thing that I'm going to talk about, and it's basically among the last two things that we'll talk about in this session, is the contextual analysis, which is, looking very broadly at different aspects of that socio-ecological system. Both can be from a regional perspective on the continent. And again, I'm focusing on Africa, but we're also, there may be people here who will be working with us in Latin America, North America, Asia, or Europe. And so, this also applies to you. Some of the specifics and examples obviously, may not, but basically we're still talking about the same type of process and process content, so tools and all of that. Okay, so a contextual analysis is a study of how sociological and ecological factors interact, influence, and impact each other in a certain context. Okay, Now, we have, for those of you who have been in business or have done this as a part of a startup process or management consulting, you've heard of environmental analysis tasks, which are known to have what's called PESTLE or PEST, which means political, economic, social, and technological factors. PESTLE, I can't remember the additional ones, but it's the same concept. I'm using contextual analysis because ours is broader, number one. Two, I do not want to get it confused with the physical environment, like environmental science or, the biosphere. Okay, so I thought to change that so we wouldn't run into that. But essentially, if you're familiar with doing that, it's really the same, concept. Again, contextual analysis is a literature review, a desktop research, secondary data analysis. They all are very similar. They're along the same vein. So again, other groups may call it different things, but just so that you know that what you're doing is a good thing and other people do it, but maybe not for these types of projects, okay? But it's important because the success of working in any area is not just the fact that there's minerals or that there's capacity to farm. Oftentimes, even though like in farming, there are factors related to the sector, meaning the minerals or the agriculture or the land. A lot of success is defined by your business model and how you operate the project, right? So that contextual analysis is extremely important for that. If you remember with the mapping the DNA and the seed model canvas, you'll remember that we have both your business model on one side and then the context on the opposite side. Okay, and that is really important because you can create a business model, but if it doesn't align or complement, it's complementary to the environment, it might not work. So again, the idea to think of, again, the seed, which is your seed model, and the soil, which is the context. You have to put the seed in the right soil at the right time with the right inputs in order to get a bountiful harvest, okay? And so you can't do that if you don't know enough about the land and about the context. So, that's why we really stress this. Now, for the triggers for the very early stage of the 0 to 3 months, you actually don't do, just focus on the contextual analysis to make it complete. But what you do use is the contextual analysis outline, which I'll show you after I just share the different sections of the contextual analysis outline. And what you basically do is make your notes in that document and put them in the appropriate place. And you just keep a running notes document. Also keep track of external documents, create links, so you could organize everything within there. And as you're doing that initially, just using it mostly for organizational purposes, you're actually learning more about the different areas of contextual analysis in our context. And so as you're coming across information, you'll probably remember, oh, this was on the contextual analysis. I may not have time to look at it now, but I can link it and make a note that I need to, review this document and incorporate notes on it into the contextual analysis. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So basically with the context, first of all, we're trying to understand how ethics are viewed and operated in the local context. Again, when you're doing contextual analysis, you do have to scope the project, but as you can see, and as you learn more about the landscape multiplex, you really won't have to worry about the scope or the boundaries because we have pretty well defined, what we mean by this project and what the scope is, okay? But you do want to look at the context, both at the global, the continental, the intercontinental, the subregions, the country, the province, and the local, and then the site. Okay, so there's, 3 to 7 levels. And if you remember when we talked about the landscape structure, we had the geospatial scale, and we also had the people scale. So in contextual analysis, you can be looking at both of those, all the way through. But again, we're not spending time actually doing a contextual analysis. We're doing parts of it, okay? But we're not focusing on it. We're just using the outline mostly to record what we do find in and organize it, right? That, remember, data that we collect, we want it to be organized so that when we need to get to it or we need to analyze it, it's already organized, okay? And this helps us do that. But it's still really, it's semi-structured, okay? So it's not like, a form, where you answer yes, no, make multiple choice questions or anything. It's not that structured, but it is semi-structured. Okay. Then there's also infrastructure, and that, ranges from roads to rail to hospitals to industrial manufacturing. There's a broad area that's covered under there. Then from here, let's see, information and resource flows. So we want to know how information is getting to the producers, really not just the producers, but all the key stakeholders. How do they interface? How is information flowing, resources flowing? Where are the bottlenecks? Who's able to get information better? All of those different things. Now, when we talk from a global to, a site level, all those different levels, there's no way that you're going to be able to document all of that. But as you're collecting information, you do get insights. So, for example, if it's global, the farmers, or let's say the miners, they typically can find the price if they have access to the internet. Somebody typically can figure out the price, the daily price of gold. Okay, so they can negotiate. Farmers may have a little bit more difficulty, but there are to find market prices. But in country, there's a lot of development projects to create market information systems. And so we know that the small scale producers overall, they don't get the resources and information they need. They don't get the right flows. We know that there's a lot of structural issues. So we can make some assumptions, but as we are, looking at a specific context, we want to see what's happening, for that specifically for the context that we are analyzing or looking at. We then, of course, want to understand the history, the economics, the financial and monetary system, the business and investment arena, culture, governments and politics, the social structures, the physical environment, and then legal and regulatory, technology innovation, and then regions. And the regions is a little bit different than all the others. The idea is that as you're going through each of the specific particular topics, you kind of want to look at things from the global, like I said, at the different scales and make notes. You can organize it within each section, that this really applies to the global scale, this applies to the site scale. You can organize it whatever seems to work for you. But then in regions, you are actually now looking for patterns, global patterns, regional patterns, country patterns in the province. So this section, when we talk about regions, you're really looking at all the other sections and trying to piece together trends, okay? And in that, you might also do additional research just to find out if there are reports about the region, something that you haven't covered yet, okay? And that's fine. But that's the essence of the contextual analysis if we were actually going through that process. But again, what you are doing right now is you are looking at just using it as a tool to document what you do find, okay? Now, before I go on to the next slide, I am going to show you what the contextual analysis outline looks like. And it is a tool that is quite detailed in explanation in terms of looking at the different dimensions and sub-items underneath each. So again, even though you are not doing really the contextual analysis right now as an official exercise or activity, you are still able to leverage the outline to document your notes, okay? So let me pull this up. Now, I'm not going to go through every section of this. I'm just going to give you some examples so you see how it's structured. So basically, you can see ethics, and then under ethics, it has different aspects. So when you're looking for information, just in general in your reading, you can organize your notes based on these different areas. And every single area has, every section has an other category. So you can put whatever doesn't fit. Okay. Now, if you decide that there are other categories, that's fine. But what I want you to do is put those after other, like, 1.27, and label it and describe it, and then you can put notes there. The reason for that is the numbers that we have in here, we want to be able to map, when we start doing cleaning data and all of that. So, don't change the primary numbering system, but you can add to it. Okay, that's totally fine. So let me just give you another section. Infrastructure is very big, actually. This is a little bit different than the other sections because it has like 2 levels. So there's infrastructure in general as an example, then transportation infrastructure with subunits, with types, right? So it becomes very easy to organize the information that you're pulling up, okay? So this just keeps going on. Each section is like this, providing explanations, so you don't have to figure out what that means. Okay, this is an improvement over the way it used to be, because you kind of had to guess what we meant by ethics, right? We did have the subsections, so at least you knew the structure, but the definitions are right in here. Now, for the purposes of what you're doing, I'm going to give you just a few examples. So you are not really trying to get down to detail and get well defined in all of these sub areas. If you find something that is easy to document in a sub area, that's totally fine. But for the purposes of what you're doing now, you can just create notes, below the main section. So like on ethics, hold on, just give me a second here. I'm just going to do a bullet list. And I'm going to say there are cartels in the gold mining sector that are exploiting miners. Okay? Now, this could actually fit in more than one location. So you can put notes, for example, this is related to ethics. One, it's related to industry. I don't remember what the number is, but let's say it's 7. You can say also related to section 7, 14, whatever that is. Okay, so that we can begin to create interconnections between the information, right? The other thing that you want to do is you want to actually say where you got this from. So you can create a footnote under references and go to insert footnote. And then basically you just put the document that you got it from. You don't have to, write it completely. You can put a link to where it is in the, in the project folder, and put the link here. because later we can organize all that as long as we have where the document is and all of that stuff. So you don't have to properly cite at this point. Again, this is an internal document. And so basically in doing that, every section, main section, you might have a lot, you might have a little, but it's organized. And we can then start to organize this in a database, okay? And again, once you finish with the triggers and you've done this, the next team at the next stage will then carry this forward and it'll continue to get more detail, okay? And typically in this we would have tracking changes on. Doesn't have to show, but that way we just know who actually put in the note, okay? And this becomes a team document. And when we keep it in the project folder, someone can try to delete it, or they delete it by accident, or the versions get mixed up, people deleted something they shouldn't have deleted. The history of all of that is tracked, so we can always go back. That's the good thing. It doesn't work in a general setting of just having the document anywhere and people uploading and downloading. Because you are doing the original document with the triggers or your local team, you don't have to worry about, having it online in that environment. We will do that, once we receive it from you. Now, the good thing is that you don't have to always work online with it. You can do what we call check it out, and a version is given to you to your desktop so that even if you're disconnected and you make changes and you go back, it will tell you to check it in, and it will make the changes and sync it automatically with the online version. The thing I don't remember is if multiple people can, I don't think multiple people can check it out. So it is better if you try to do as much as you can connected online, because that means that people can simultaneously be working on the document. Actually, no. That's not correct. That's my fault. You do have to have it checked out, okay, one person at a time. So because where we store it, it's more of like a depository. And so it's, doing verification and making sure that stuff just doesn't get changed, okay? But if you have difficulties with any of that, just let me know, and we'll find a workable way to make it work. We don't want to, cause anxiety over something, a simple technical issue, okay? So, and I'll just do as an example, our website. And then later, and in fact, we don't necessarily really, this is not a document, for the external environment. We're just using this as a way to organize the information we pull from different sources into a structure of data that's consistent for us, okay? So we will internally at some point have someone who will go through it, clean it up, properly cite, have names, titles, and all that stuff. But, again, we're not trying to publish anything. We're not making this public. So, we're not worried about all of those details. Now, the other thing to realize is that you have the footnotes, so you can do a link to the documents, but we also, at the end, want you to put in the references. So basically, you just list it, you can organize it, create an outline by topic if you want. You can really organize this any way you want, or you can just list it. This is just our way of tracing where the information came from. If it's information that you got informally from someone, you can just put that information in the footnote, put the person's name, the date, that type of thing. Again, what we're trying to do is make sure that the team doesn't lose the corporate knowledge, because as we're going through this, there'll be a lot of things that change. Even with the same people, we may not remember everybody and every interaction, but if we document it, and again, just, someone answering one question, small thing, that's not, we don't have to get to that level of detail. But if there's a major theme or bit of information that is coming forth from a particular person, we want to make note of that, because that person might be a really great resource in the future. And in fact, you might add that person as a stakeholder for no other reason than they're great information provider, right? So anyway, so hopefully this gives you enough information so that as you're, exploring, you're looking for that prerequisite data for the sites. and it's contextual related information, not the KML, not the maps. You know, there's like a report on mining in the area, and obviously when it talks about that mining site or that mining area, is generally also giving context. It might just be the physical environment, but it's context. So you can put the notes for that in here, and then, you know, put the document in the project folder that you will be assigned, and then create links to that document here. And probably here I would suggest putting titles just so people know what it is, and then, you know, putting the link with it as well, or doing a hyperlink to it. But what we want, if it's not a website, but it's a document that you download it, we really want the document, because what you'll learn as we move along, we'll also be able to do better research against the document with research tools that we have like AI. It basically takes all of the content and separates it into what's called snippets, and then we can ask questions, do different things to see trends and things that it would take us a very long time to figure out. Okay, so the documents, you know, do become important. If you get written documents or books, we still do those. We don't do a lot of digitization to start, just because, you know, it can take people time and money and all of that. But from a project perspective, we will essentially have a digital library. So there'll be staff that, you know, will, you know, scan a book under copyright guidelines, right? So that we have it and it's stored and the team then has access to it. And, you know, the documents, so that no matter where you are, you can get to information. That's one of the things that I have. I don't have it on my laptop right now because I'm using a lighter laptop, so I don't have all of the stuff on the hard drive. But essentially, I have years of thousands of documents on different countries, different things that I've pulled, and I kept it all. Now, it's not organized very well. It's just by topic. But, you know, I can go back. I don't even have to, for many things, I don't even have to go back to do searching outside of what I have on my, you know, in my personal library, right? So that's what I want us to ensure that we're doing on projects as well. We don't want to lose information and resources that we took the effort to understand and to acquire, okay? But starting out, keep it simple. You don't want to get bogged down in the administrative stuff. What's more important is to get the data, but make sure you're also doing the administrative stuff well enough so that, you know, you're not making it difficult for other people to look at what you did. Okay, so that's the balance you have to try and figure out. Okay, so that's the outline, which should be helpful. And again, the reason I'm presenting it here is that as you're collecting data and you're going through the workshop, this is the one place that data that doesn't seem to fit anywhere else, you can put it all here. Okay, even if it's a graphic, if it's a picture, you know, and you want to have a section for pictures and images that you took a snapshot of, you can do that. This document can be as long as you want it to be, or you can create a separate document just for images and graphics. That's what I do when I take notes, and then that way I don't have to figure out where I got it. You know, I don't have to redo things. Everything's in one place. So that's why I like to use this for that purpose. Okay, so we're going back to the presentation, and we are getting down to the last part, which I'm sure you guys will appreciate because this is a long session. The other sessions are not as long, but I decided to go ahead and make sure I was unpacking this so that you would have enough detail in order to be able to understand and get started. Okay, so you can see for our first discussion meeting or coaching, if you want to call it coaching, that there's a lot to talk about. Between the pre-work and this, there will be plenty to talk about. Okay, let me just get where I need to go here. Okay, I got it. So I also thought that, you know, besides the tools that I have, that I could show you a few sites to help you figure out where you can more broadly find just background information to get you started and get a feel for things. So let me, hopefully this will work in the expanded view. Okay, so the first one I'm going to go to is the International Monetary Fund, and I just specifically chose those that have country reports of some sort that are useful to understand the context. So the International Monetary Fund is going to be around the financial and monetary systems of the countries. So actually, I think I'm going to have to, just give me a second, I'm going to stop this and set this so that it does my desktop, not just this window. Give me a second while I close some of these other windows. And I'm sure you can hear me clicking. And let's get rid of that one. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to share my desktop so that I can just, go from one location to another. Okay, so let me try this again to see if it'll take me to this link. If not, I'm going to have to go out of this screen. One more time. It doesn't like it, I don't think. So I'll have to go back to this. Okay, that's okay. So we can, just for this, we can work and go. Okay. So it's taking me to the IMF and it's taking me directly to the country. Okay, and so you can go, it's alphabetical. So let's say I do Burundi. There are basically one or two types of documents that I'm looking for that gives, highlights and summarizes. And these are actually done every single year. Okay, so like I'm under Burundi. I want to go see all documents. Okay, and then you just have the list of documents in the order. So basically what we see is we have an IMF staff concludes visit to Burundi with a press release, and that's typically when they do like the annual trip or a major thing, and they're kind of giving a preview of what's going to be in at least their annual report. And let me see. Yeah, so it's kind of the same thing. So I don't see an earlier one, but what you'll see is like a full report is the 2022 Article 4 consultation. This is a press release, but it also includes a staff report, which is typically dozens of pages long. I'm not going to go into this, but basically you just download it. And where is the download? Let's see. English. It's 98 pages. Where? Oh, okay. It says free download. I thought it was talking about Adobe Acrobat. But anyways, you can download it, and it gives you plenty of detail about the monetary and financial aspect of the country. And what's good about this is that it is both the IMF and the country government. So it's not just, an external agent that is going through this. The country basically is consulting. They consult together. And so there's input from the country. Okay. Now, again, this is still more of an external view of things. And so we never just want to, leverage this in making decisions, but it does give us some good information. And again, everybody's perspective is different. Every organization, they have a reason of why and how they do things. So this is not necessarily the full picture. When we look at something like this, we see what the financial system looks like, but it often doesn't really tell us how that's affecting the real people in detail. We know how it's affecting locals, like in the mining and agriculture sector, because we're putting people in the field to tell us what's actually happening. So we're balancing these types of third-party reports that may be quite precise, might have a lot of data that you can calculate, because all of these reports, they actually go into databases, so you can pull out information and develop your own analysis. But it's not contextual, meaning it's not the real world in the sense, right? We don't know how it's impacting the house next door and all of that. So this is how we balance that. So this is one example. So the country Article 4 consultation. Then the African Development Bank. Again, it's another multilateral agency, and the members are Western and African countries. The Western countries typically are giving money to support a lot of things. I believe the African countries also support, give money to do certain things. But it's not it's a pseudo-African entity, okay? So the language and a lot of things are very similar to what you see at the IMF and the World Bank because it's a part of that same system. It just happens to be, it's separate in one sense, but it's a part of that world, if you want to put it. So I'll just use Burundi again as an example, just so you see how you can take one country. If this is going to let me do this, does it not? I may have to do a different one. For some reason, that was not working. Okay, pretend I did Burkina Faso earlier at the IMF. Now I'm going to the African Development Bank. And there's an overview page, which is fine. You can look at news and events, publications, and that type of thing. But what I'm looking for are key documents, okay? And those key documents are typically going to be country strategy papers that tells us what the African Development Bank is planning to do over a 4 to 5 year period in Burkina Faso, the projects, the focus, so on and so forth. So it starts unpacking to us who is doing what in the country. Okay, and oftentimes it'll mention other partners and other things. So you start, as you're going through these different documents, you start seeing different institutions. It starts painting a picture of that ecosystem of players in local development. Okay, at least those that are multilateral and probably operating at a national level in the country. So there's a strategy paper, and there are dialogue papers. I don't use those as much, but project studies can be good if it's like in the right sector, if it's cashew, if it's farming, and it fits. So what you're basically going to do is you're just going to go through these and see what's useful. Again, you're not going to be able to pull everything. You don't have time to look at everything, but the one that I would definitely suggest is the country strategy papers, okay? And then every project that's being done, project portfolio, all sorts of stuff is on this site, and it's public, okay? So you can actually learn a lot from the African Development Bank within a country about some of the key things that are going on, priority projects, priority sectors, and so on and so forth, okay? So that's the African Development Bank. Then World Bank. This is actually on their documents.worldbank.org, and you can search for anything. So you can search by sector if you want to do cashew, agriculture, whatever, you can do that. But just for me, I'm just going to choose the country. And again, I'll go to Burkina Faso. Okay, and this is under the advanced search just in case, you lose your way. Basically, the main page, you just type in a phrase, but I like to see what is actually the projects that are going on like the last 2 or 3 years, okay? So basically, you see the World Bank is concerned about social safety, education support, water supply and sanitation, agriculture resilience and competitiveness project. That probably means that intersects those high value commodities. So this would be something that we would like to look at. Now, I don't know what all these terms are, so you're just going to kind of have to explore. But just very easily by looking at, quickly just scanning. I'm not spending a lot of time. I'm seeing another one about emergency local development and resilience project, climate resilience, right? Agriculture resilience, the procurement plan, all of those things. These are very detailed things in most cases, right? Here's a good one, Burkina Faso. support to land and mining management strengthening project. That looks like a good one. And it says Western and Central Africa, which means for a lot of you, like Benin, Sierra Leone, Congo, this project may actually apply. So we now are learning about projects that cross several countries or several parts of a country. So again, you can go through this. I typically go back like 5 pages, but you see how quickly I go through it. I just look at the titles and then I investigate if it's something that looks like it's interesting. I don't, at this stage, I'm not worried about all the detail. People who are going to be doing this in more detail, they'll spend more time, but just, for our use right now for triggers and for the early stage, we're just trying to get some stuff that gives us a little bit of information, okay? But a lot of these projects, are going to be, give us quite a bit, right? Here's another one, Communal Climate Action and Landscape Management Project. Okay, so you can see that we can get information to understand the context of what at least other people are doing, and gives us ideas who the stakeholders are, maybe projects or initiatives that we can leverage or that we can partner on or collaborate, and all in a few minutes. Okay, I'm not spending a whole lot of time trying to look through this. So this is why I'm giving you these sites, because they generally will have a lot of documents that you can look through. There's a World Food Program. This one is just mostly for me, like agriculture and food security. And basically they have country strategy plans as well. Not for every country, but here you'll see like Sierra Leone, which is one of our countries, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia. And again, it's the same thing. You just quickly scan through and see if there's something related to your country or the region that the country is in. And, I typically go back, like I said, about, in this case, I still will probably do about 5 because it doesn't take me long. But in this case, on the World Food Program, you could put in the country for an example, or you could, put West Africa in order to reduce, the results. Okay. But I'm just giving you how I kind of pan because I like to do it a little bit broader so I can quickly scan, see if there's something, and then I can, zoom in on. In fact, when I go to these sites, I'll often start very broadly, and then I'll have key terms that I'm looking for. So, for example, if it's a country, I kind of want to see just what the institution is doing, see what's kind of popping up, get their country strategy paper for the institution. And then I may, depending on what the institution is, like the African Development Bank, I might type in cashew. I might type in agriculture. I might type in cocoa. So it's not only the country. You can look by commodity or sector, okay? And through the main documents portals, because all of their documents, or I should say the majority, are in that area. Okay, now USAID, which is the U.S. government's agency for international development, is not as expansive as the rest of the sites, but it does have some country development strategies. Again, USAID is not in every country. They may have it may be by region. So for example, if you don't find the country, you would then look at the regions, okay, to get an idea. And as an example, in West Africa, there is a cashew project that's covering several countries that it is including Benin, I believe, Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire. And basically, it's like $60 million to help small-scale processing, which we can complement. We're not, trying to get in on that project because, again, we're trying to do large-scale things. But there'll be some intersections. So those projects typically often will have background documents like feasibility studies, analysis that led up to the start of the project to serve as its justification. And so again, that's good information. I learned a lot about the West Africa cashew value chain from reports that were done for a previous project for Guinea-Bissau and that region. And so that's, again, this contextual analysis, data collection, this upfront data collection, this secondary data analysis, or desktop research. Again, it's all very similar. Okay, we're almost done here. So on the next slide, there's also then the European Commission. Again, I'm sure the French have something, the Chinese, so if you can read other languages, you can also look for other like regional development agencies, large-scale ones, but a lot of them don't have the level of documentation for Africa in those projects. So like GIZ from Germany, they do have some highlights, but I don't see the actual like document portal where we can kind of look through things. There's probably one. They do have a lot of documents that are available online, but you typically find those, as you're searching the general internet. So I have not discovered that. So what I'm giving you is just stuff that I could easily find that I felt like there was enough information that would be useful to help you get going with the contextual analysis. Now, mining is a little bit different in that, agriculture is a big thing, feeding people in the agricultural sector, climate, and all of that. So mining does have quite a bit, but it's typically not in a portal format other than if the government of the country is providing a lot of reports. That, a lot of these things are complemented here by you going out and just, doing a search. So typically what I do is I put in PDF mining or artisanal mining and the country, and I get a bunch of stuff. I just do Google, and you'd be amazed at what you get. Now, the difference, though, in how I do it is I don't just do the first page. I look, quite a ways through to find stuff because, remember, Google search is putting up what they want to put up there. Okay, so typically you have to go a little bit further. But hopefully in a couple months, we'll have an AI tool that will help us search for farther and deeper into the recesses of these search engines so that it'll be easiest for us to find relevant documents, okay? But anyway, the European Commission, they have information on their cooperation or the countries. So again, let's go to Burkina Faso. General information, their priorities, their programs, and then their documents. And let's see, a lot of this stuff is, if it's, a country that speaks French, it's going to be French. If it's like the World Bank or AFDB, they will typically have the information. Oh, actually, they do have some programming documents, but it's old in English. But World Bank, AFDB will always have English for those of us who don't speak a second language like French. But I do see here, it does say this is in English, but anyway, so not all of these are easily navigable for everyone, but the information is there. And you can still pull the document because, for example, if it's a PDF or Word document, I can actually just use Microsoft Word to translate. I can use AI. And again, I'm not trying to do it with precision. I'm just trying to get ideas for what's there. And typically it's, 95% accurate. And the context, I understand the context. I'm not quoting it specifically precisely. Again, it's just helping me paint a picture. So that works. And so those documents you can add as links and make a comment that it's in, a foreign language that needs to be translated. Okay. And then a couple of other places to look at that you would have to look at by country. The Ministries of Finance and Economics, and then the annual national budget. That typically gives you the priorities according to whatever the national development strategy is for the country. So that's good current information. Now, I didn't list it here, but each country typically has a development strategy or some type of national development plan, vision document, priority document, that type of thing. So those are also very good because that helps us contextualize what we're doing into those priorities, which then, appeals to people not only that we're doing a great project, but that it's also going to help them, as far as stakeholders, accomplish what they need to accomplish. Okay? And then, of course, because we're in agriculture and mining, we want to start asking questions, find out resources are available, programming, and all of that. But as in the trigger stage, I would say that you're really just trying to get a general idea of what agriculture does, what they have, what documents, where you can get information. Mining is probably the more important one from the standpoint because we're looking to acquire land with the mining concession. If, for example, this is only agriculture and we are working pretty aggressively toward getting the land, identifying and getting the land, then obviously there'll be more engagement with agriculture, but also then the cadastral or the land ministry, okay? And typically the land ministry is tied to natural resources or to environment. Sometimes they're separate. So every country, as you know, has their own way of organizing that. So these are really great places to start. Often they'll give you more information than you can read in a day. Okay, so this is a quick way of starting to build your understanding and to be able to get information that might be relevant to the context. You are not, again, going to be doing a lot of this generalized context right now. You're going to be filling specific items that we believe that we need to consider to start the project. But context is always important, so spending a little bit of time does not hurt. Okay, great. So finally, let me see, are we actually at the end? Yes, I already introduced the contextual analysis outline, so we're fine. Let's look at the assignment, okay? So, and now I can do the large screen again. So for the assignments, it's easy. Will take time because you have to process, but you want to rewatch this video so that you can go back, listen again, and take more notes. You want to review the more detailed resources that are listed in the schedule for the workshop. Again, so you can take notes, process more, understand more. And then you want to develop a list of data sources that you're going to start investigating. I already gave you some, okay? But in addition to that, we talked about prerequisite data for sites. Where are you going to find that information? Well, some of that you're going to find in government ministries. Some of it will be from asking people so that you can identify the possible area that we might find our landscape multiplex and do this project. So again, it's very varied. You're going to come about this, it's iterative, it's not step-by-step in the sense of all these fine details. You kind of get what you get, and you then work on getting something, and if you can't get it right away, then you work on something else. So it's very fluid is the best way to put it, okay? And that's okay, but you, again, have to have some stop point when you're doing this with the triggers because you want to be able to get everything done to the best of your ability. And if you only spend time spending the most time on certain things and not getting all the way through, then you end up spending more time to get to the level where we'll accept what you submit and say, okay, this is enough. This is all we need, to go ahead and consider and look at it. But again, you should be talking to me. Even if it's once a week, for 15 minutes, just to make sure that you're on target. If you have questions, you're not getting stuck, because this is something that you're learning and doing at the same time. Okay, for most of you, beyond the group meeting, a lot of you will also have, individual meetings. Some of you won't because your timing, you're not in a tight time frame. You're just taking this and you'll start working on it and you'll get it done when you get done for your country or for your area. I talked a little bit more about this. You want to start being able to locate an area where there's an intersection of the artisanal gold mining and high value agricultural crops. If that's not the case for your country, if it doesn't seem like that's going to be a thing that's achievable, again, you'll just speak to me about looking at what else we can look at, and we'll talk back and forth until we kind of have a flow. Okay, and I say that's okay. Doesn't matter what the parameters say. If I say it's okay, it's okay. Okay, but the parameters are to guide you to keep you on target for what we're looking for. But ultimately, we do know that we want to start a landscape multiplex project in every country. And so, you know, I can accept alternatives if we cannot stay within our parameters fully. Okay, and then again, you're developing that list, but again, as I suggested, you can go to those websites and pull a few data sources, read them, and take notes, and then put that information into the contextual analysis outline. Again, it's giving you practice, you're getting the background information, but a lot of it is helping you practice doing this stuff so that, you know, in a couple weeks, you may be moving a little bit slow now because you're processing a lot, but you'll be able to move faster. Okay, and you know, keep things moving. Okay, and then on the last slide, easy, just be ready to share at the discussion meeting, and then consider and apply what you learned to your own projects or businesses, because as you can see from this, okay, hopefully there's something in here that is relevant to you or your interests, and even if it's only one thing, you can take it out and make a separate note document for yourself to look into this further for yourself. Okay, that's how I do it. And then when I have time, then I investigate. Okay, now just a couple bits of advice. Again, it's best to rewatch this, but still watch it in blocks of time. This has ended up being closer to 4.5, 5 hours. So definitely it's not something that you want to watch at one time. Secondly, you know, rewatching it, making sure that you're also reading through those additional resources. Most of them are not very long, but they're obviously, I think they're probably about a dozen, maybe 15. And again, taking notes for understanding, even if you're not using it all right now. Because when you now go and start doing this, you know, more of the trigger activities, you'll need this information. You'll need to be familiar with it, okay? And then also trying to get through, and this is every week, you have your sessions a certain day of the week. Right now we're doing Thursdays for those of you who are currently in this cohort. But you want to read and process, if you can, a week and a half before that. So if, let's say, your meeting is on Thursday, you want to try and finish what you're reading the previous Monday before that Monday. So let's say this is going to be January 11th, 2024. That Monday prior to that, let's say if the meeting was on Thursday, that meant on Monday of that week, it's the 8th, we actually now want to do it a week before. In this case, that would have been January 1st, but it was a holiday. But the point being is you're then giving yourself time to process, to work through, to do your assignments so that when you come and you're not squeezing it, okay? Because the on-demand is ready for you to start and work through at any point in time. I don't suggest doing it all at once because it's too much. You know, keep a weekly schedule, but just make sure that you get through everything about a week and a half before so that you have time to absorb, go back, think about it, you know, work with it, that type of thing. And if you find that you need guidance before the, you know, group discussion, you can ask for it. And, you know, someone will make time for that. Okay? So anyway, this is the end. I hope this is useful to you and productive. Again, I understand it's a lot of information, a lot of new learning. Some of you are already working with data collection and the basics are there for you. Most of you are not exposed to multidimensional and complexity systems like this. So, you know, I understand it takes time. So the best thing is give yourself that time, give yourself space, try not to cram. Because cramming is the worst thing that you can do in order to, you know, go through this without stressing yourself is what you know, because when you pack things in too tightly, you're putting strain on your brain, your body, and all of that, and then you get your stress levels, your anxiety, a lot of things just go off. There's no reason for that with what we're doing. There will be times when you're working on projects where we all have to dig in and get stuff done. And yes, we want this done well and, in a timely manner, in balance, but, this is not a critical deadline. Okay, this is why we set it up this way, to give yourself space and time to work on it, okay, and to become good at it. Okay, great. So speak to you then in session 2. Need any help, just reach out.